Ho ho. GM means good morning. It also means one more thing, but we'll not talk about that here. Can you guys hear me? Can't hear you? But no. I think we'll start. There we go. Good? Alrighty. Hello, hello. Welcome to a new video, everyone. This one's going to be a long one. Probably a few hours. We will code. Uh, we'll code the latent app. We have to build a specific portion of it from scratch only. So I'll talk through what that is. But पहले थोड़ा heart to heart talk, and then we'll get to it. We'll wait for a few more people to join. Then we'll start. We'll start in like 2 more minutes. All right. How are you guys doing? Give me a GM if you can see me, if you can hear me. 𝗟𝗲𝗃𝗀𝗀𝗀. It's funny. Up late night stream because I wake up very late. I woke up at 3 today, I think. Cool, cool, cool. Wait for like 5 more minutes, then we'll start. MTech college, MTech is a little hard to pull off. Even secondary lateral is, very hard though. Yeah, we'll see, we'll see. I think we have enough controversies. No more controversies. We'll code today. I'll just talk for 10 minutes about a little bit of hate. Not good what you guys do. So 30-second match won't happen. Yeah, I don't think it's happening right now or anytime soon. All right, please make ready for hackathon. Increase the background music sound. I think that's full. There you go. BTech live degree, YouTube degree, everyone. Wish it was possible. Unfortunately, there's a lot of regulation. इतना time कैसे ले रहे हो ले time It's a lot of parts, right? It's not easy building a mobile application that scales at that level. Some app grew very quickly. Some 500k people in like a day with the pre-launch. So we were able to handle the traffic that was enough for us initially. And there was a bunch of things. For example, when you have an application where you have to stream video, there are a bunch of challenges, especially if it's 4K video, which is what the requirement was. So a few things there, we'll talk about them. But Rust backend for latent application, not the worst idea in the world. It's just hard to hire Rust engineers. Most probably it will be Golang or Node. We'll see. We'll do a poll and we'll decide based on that. But abhi the requirement is fairly clear. I'll take through the requirement. It's a very simple problem, but there is a very hard challenge in there. So I'll talk through what the problem is and we'll go from there. Cool. Shall we begin, guys? I think it's time. 8:07. I think it's enough time. Let me open Excel raw and talk through a little bit of heart to heart, and then we'll get into the project. I think it should take us around 10 hours. I think by 6 a.m. Hopefully we can test it. We need to test it because the part that we're building, one of the parts is slightly challenging, especially at scale. I will have to repeat the rant. So, Arey bhai, why do you guys call me? Vase Amrit got placed in cal.com. So congrats, Amrit. If you don't know Amrit, very active in Web3 cohort. Every Web3 cohort class, if you've attended, white screen always. He sends a Google Doc, and he just got an internship offer at cal.com. So congrats to Amrit. With that, what I was saying was कि थोड़ा general hate, a lot of hate on the channel. So it just demotivates me a little bit. ज़्यादा भी नहीं, थोड़ा बहुत भी मुझे पता है in the end, what I'm doing is I've thought through it before I'm doing it. What I was talking through was कि this was the launch video for Super 30, and throughout the video I was giving you clear signs कि मैं बैठा हूँ, मैं देख लूँगा, and your worst case would be pretty good. But the comments, which are very similar to the comments on the college video work, the first one is, this is a pure scam, everything is available for free, and something similar, UPSC, so on and so forth. 50K is too much. So long story short, if you would have just joined the cohort, Super 30, it was very easy for you to join. 50K, I don't know, might be a big amount, but there was a very easy ROI at the end, right? If I'm teaching 30 people in a batch, there's a high probability कि सबकी लग जाएगी. The worst case क्या होता है? Worst case होता है किसी की नहीं लगती, सबको रिफंड मिल जाता. Best case क्या हुआ कि 30 की लग गई, and जो बचे हैं अभी बाकी के 20, उनकी भी लग जाएगी, नहीं तो रिफंड हो जाएगा. तो it's a very easy get value sort of a cohort. And the same thing is happening with the college, and the comments are also very similar on the college as well. It's a BTech degree in which 150 people are coming. So there's a very high probability कि हाँ मतलब if I and the best people that I can find are guiding 150 people, so the outcomes would be good. And again, what's the worst case? You're anyways going for a BTech degree. What is a better BTech degree other than, I don't know, of course IITs, NITs, DTUs. And fees, again, same for Super 30, same for that. Fees is very, controlled for supply demand, unfortunately. Since I know 150 people need to come, it will be X initially. I think it's fairly chill compared to, if you compare to a Amity or a VIT. I think it's less than that. If you compare to any other alt college, also less. It's actually a dumb decision for me to price down so much. But, I was like, oh, I'm a YouTuber, I'll price it down. But this is generally, priced down degree compared to whatever, the other, similar schools. The problem with the BTech degree is that you have to pay out a lot of people. So a lot of this, unfortunately, is not getting into my pocket. And I think if I go any further below, then it's definitely going to be a hugely unprofitable bet. Getting a campus, getting other things is very hard. It's a very broken field right now. CS or BTechs or colleges are controlled by some certain individuals, other than government colleges, of course. Baki jo private colleges are highly unoptimal. Everyone knows it. It's a market I'm trying to break into. So if you can't support, do not comment. If you want to comment, feel free to, but rather take steps, build your own college. Who's stopping you? And try to compete, build a better one, teach for free. I think everything, if you feel everything is available for free, I agree as well. I think a lot of things I've learned for free as well, but I do believe that my JEE coaching, even though it was expensive, led me to an IIT. I do believe my IIT 4-year degree got me something. Now I'm not saying college में professor ने मुझे पढ़ाया, वहाँ से मेरे को कुछ मिला. I don't know क्या मिला भाई. मतलब I was meeting someone from Roorkee yesterday. एंड मतलब मेरे को ऑलमोस्ट रोना ही आ गया उससे बात करके कि भाई इसको इतना क्यों आता है, एंड सुपर 30 के बच्चों को इतना क्यों नहीं आता. मतलब वाई आर दे मिसिंग आउट ऑन दिस अल्फा दैट दिस गाय हैज़. दैट गाय इज करंटली फुल टाइम ऑफर एट Adobe Research. आई ऑफर्ड हिम कि भाई देयर इज अ कंपनी दैट्स हायरिंग 80K US. He said नहीं, आई एम हैप्पी विद Adobe Research, आई वांट टू डू रिसर्च. ऑल्सो हैज डन InfoSec, ऑल्सो इज करंटली इंटर्निंग इन अ कंपनी एज अ DevOps इंजीनियर. तो ये ऐसा क्यों है, इतना गंदा आर्बिट्राज क्यों है, उसके नॉलेज आर्बिट्राज इतना हाई क्यों है. ही इज 22 राइट नाउ. And knows so much compared to, let's say, a lot of Super 30 people who went to tier 3 colleges and did not get whatever the same outcome or same knowledge या same जो भी खेलो. वो सर्कल से ही आती है वैसे मोटा मोटा, जितना मुझे अभी तक समझ आया. मुझे भी वो चाहिए कि मैं रेप्लिकेट कर पाऊँ कॉलेज में, कि whatever that knowledge that student had, which necessarily wasn't कि IIT रुड़की का प्रोफेसर बहुत अच्छा पढ़ा रहा है, it was something. So that is what we're trying to replicate. It's a very broken market. It's very hard to break into. I'm the only bootstrap person who's doing it. Everyone else who's in this field has raised more than 200 CR. They have 200 CR in the bank, and then are taking these bets. I'm taking these bets with whatever I have, and I'm okay if it all burns down to the ground. But I know this is a market I want to spend my next few years being in there. That does not mean okay, I'm not going to work. I'm just trying actively to not take up full-time jobs and consulting everywhere I can. Everywhere I'm trying to find a good outcome for the company जहाँ मैं काम कर रहा हूँ कि ठीक है, I know I won't be able to give you value full-time, so just hire me as a consult. And that'll probably stay. That'll going to be true for everyone who comes. Every TA that came over here, every person who helped over here, को मैं suggest करता हूँ कि भाई don't become a full-time TA. Remain in the market, else you're going to rust yourself very quickly. Sargam is laughing over there. So long story short, it's a hard market. And a few things about Super 30. I don't know who assumed that everyone here was very good. Everyone here was, I wouldn't call incredibly bad, but like decently bad. Recently I released another podcast with Akash. Akash is there in the podcast, right? He's telling you his journey, he's telling you everything. Still the comments are कि इसको तो पहले से बहुत आता था, इसकी तो खुद से भी लग जाती. नहीं लगती भाई. He graduated 1.5 years ago. Why was he unemployed for the last 1.5 years? He only did a 3-month internship in the last 1.5 years. एक बंदा जो Tier 3 कॉलेज से ग्रेजुएट हुआ है, 1.5 साल तक wasn't working anywhere, came here in 3 months, was able to get a 40 lakh job. इससे बेटर मैं क्या आउटकम दे सकता हूँ? एंड everyone else over here in Super 30 का भी ये है कि या तो आउटकम निकलेगा या फिर पैसे वापस ले लो. तो if you, of course, you have to work hard. A lot of people, there's another funny story. 2 people, I would love to show you. I recorded everyone in their intro videos जब मैं उनके इंटरव्यूज ले रहा था. 2 लोग थे सेम कॉलेज से, संजीव एंड वन ऑफ हिज फ्रेंड्स. बोथ हैड सिमिलर क्वेश्चंस कि भैया पैसे बहुत ज़्यादा हैं, कॉलेज की प्लेसमेंट्स हैं, छोड़ के कैसे आऊँगा. संजीव वॉज हैवी हियर ऑन साइट. ही won a bunch of bounties from me as well. I think immediately won a 25,000 rupee का bounty. Then he worked with me a little bit. Now he got a $1,500 a month का job offer. His friend did not come for a day. तो ऑफकोर्स उसके फ्रेंड को मतलब मैं जानता भी नहीं, मुझे उसकी शक्ल भी नहीं याद कि वो कौन था. मुझे बस ये याद था कि 2 लोग थे. तो मैं बार बार उससे पूछता था तुम्हारे फ्रेंड का क्या सीन है. वो कहता था वो नहीं आ रहा है. यू नो ही पेड द PG फी ऑल्सो, स्टिल डिड नॉट कम. तो ऑफकोर्स यू हैव टू पुट इन सम एफर्ट्स. लाइक डोंट imagine कि हाँ, if you join the college or if you join Super 30, so you know everything will just happen magically. You are putting in the efforts. I am just finding opportunities and telling you some things that are going to help. So that's the high level. No one in Super 30 was extraordinary. The people who were extraordinary were placed before Super 30 even started. So Satyam I would take as one example, who was really good at React Native, which is something we didn't even teach here, and eventually got referred into a React Native role. तो उसका मैं 0 credit भी ले लूँगा, सिर्फ referral का credit ले लूँगा. But everyone else, you should come on campus and see how much they know, how much they don't know, and if जिसको आता होगा वो वैसे join करेगा भी नहीं ऐसा group. It was very hard. I have 0 incentive to come here every day to a campus in an unprofitable bet. Do you think this makes money? Do you think 50 people paying 50K, some 50K, some 75K, some 1 lakh, what that math ends up adding to, that leads to a profitable bet for me to come every day here. I have earned money. The rent over here is 4 lakhs. 50,000 रुपये की कॉफ़ी पे जाते हैं पता नहीं कैसे लोग हर महीने. bunch of other things, TAs, so on and so forth. तो if you want to do it, you should do it. I would urge, बनाओ Super 30 दुनिया भर के बनाओ. कमेंट करने की जगह make your own and teach people. Charge whatever you want. If you want to teach for free, teach for free. But bring an initiative and compete. अदर दैन दैट अगर कमेंट करना है तो कर लो भाई. मतलब मैं थोड़ा बहुत ही डिमोटिवेट होता हूँ, बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं होता हूँ. बट एवरी बेट दैट आई एम टेकिंग इज टू सॉल्व समथिंग एन ऑप्टिमल. सेम वाज ट्रू फॉर कोहोर्ट्स, सेम इज ट्रू फॉर Super 30, सेम माइट बी ट्रू इन द फ्यूचर. तो you can speculate कि ये कहाँ जाएगा कहाँ नहीं जाएगा. But of course I have thought through everything. I'm not going to come on the channel and announce a B.Tech degree if I've not figured out everything. So I know what I'm doing. And let's try to keep this a communal comment section. That's the only place where I've seen a bunch of hate. Twitter surprisingly is very supportive. I don't know what's up with YouTube, what kind of people come here. One thought that a friend told me was that a lot of people who are commenting are people who known me for a while, but weren't able to get similar outcomes. So they're suddenly everything they're trying कि नहीं ये गलत है, शायद ये कमी होगी, शायद ये ज़्यादा होगा, शायद इसको पहले से आता होगा, so on and so forth. ये रैंट थोड़ा लंबा हो गया, तलमा मुझे करना नहीं था. But it's very hard for me to with so much whatever background now and wealth now to now take another bet, go on site from it's so easy to teach online. I was meeting a bunch of YouTubers the other day and they were like, online is very easy, off site is very hard, why are you doing it? I was like, I don't know why I'm doing it. My team asks the same thing. I could be anywhere in the world right now, pay less taxes, live in Dubai, still have to pay 50% to the government here. The Indian government taxes you like crazy. There are good and bad parts to regulation. Good thing about a B.Tech regulation is whatever, it's hard to build that business. The bad thing is it's very hard to get into for someone like me. Still I was able to figure that out. Same is true for taxes. The country takes 18% GST, then you pay or whatever expenses, and whatever is left you pay 30% on top. So the max you make ever in living in this country as a business is 50% of what your top line is. It's very easy for me to move to Dubai, Japan. I have an Emiratis ID, I have a Japan whatever long-term visa. But I'm still like, I don't want to create an impact. मैं अपनी country के लिए कुछ करूँगा. I just see a very clear unoptimal here that needs to be solved, which is why I'm solving it. So let me solve it. I know what I'm doing. And if you have actionable comments, you should tell me. For example, a few people reached out as professors, teachers, great. One of them is a smart guy doing a remote job, sort of attributed a little bit of his remote job to me. Monday को मैंने बोला भाई ऑफिस आ जाओ and teach everyone in Super 30, also join as a professor as well. इनकी salaries कम नहीं होंगी भाई. No one is going to come and teach on campus for free who already has a 1 CR remote offer. We will have to compensate them, so on and so forth. So the number is obnoxiously low is what I feel. The whatever 1.5 lakh per semester. Everyone told me to not do it. Still I was like, ठीक है, there is same I did for Super 30K. Until X number of people came, I kept it at 50K. Then I increased it to 75K. Then I increased it to 1 lakh. It's pure supply demand. If I want to restrict myself to 150 people, I will make sure that initially जो आ सकता है आ जाए. And then as let's say 50 people come, then I'll up it to whatever X. And then if 100 people come, I'll up it to Y. So that's how the price of anything is decided. It's supply demand, right?
Same happened for Super 30. Now there's suddenly so much demand for Super 30. I don't know why, but I don't want to do it again, right? It is not a bet that leads to anything good for me other than a video like this where also so much hate is coming कि हाँ इसकी तो फ्री में लग गई होगी उससे मिलो भाई मैंने इसको अपने फ्रेंड से मिलाया था पहले तो मेरे फ्रेंड ने बोला था कि इसकी कहाँ से लगेगी सॉरी आकाश बट यू मेट समीर एंड समीर वाज लाइक इसकी एक्सपेक्टेशन 12 लाख की है बट यू नो आई एम श्योर इसकी लग पाएगी कि नहीं उसको भी बहुत स्ट्रेस हो गया था मुझे भी बहुत स्ट्रेस हो गया था आकाश यूज्ड टू स्पेंड अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम विद मी इज अ गुड गाय तो अभी जब समीर सॉ कि इसकी 40 लाख की लगी है तो ही वॉज वेरी सपोर्टिव एंड आई वाज लाइक ये देखो कमेंट सेक्शन पहले कि सबसे पहले his job being one way and you know who's getting a 40 lakh job right out of college IITs maybe these are the biggest outcomes so no he did not know a lot of what XYZ he was unemployed for the last 1.5 years he got referred once and failed over there and then finally got this job so I know what I'm doing if you can do better please do and if you can't do better then you know keep your comments to yourself or comment I don't care cool hai ji I think that's enough how was the rant now we will proceed back to I don't know what will we do today we're going to build the latent app backend. I told you guys I'm co-founding this with whatever the latent app with 𝗟𝗲𝗄𝗃. It's 3 of us, and there are 2 big vectors when it comes to building something like this. One is an OTT. OTTs are hard to scale. There are a lot of network effects that come in, building something like Netflix. I don't think it's very easy for a creator to compete with Netflix. But there is another field that we're going to build today, which is something like Book My Show. Platforms like Book My Show are heavily dependent on cricketers or whatever BCCI for ticketing comedians and singers. So the good thing is some of this network we are in now because of 𝗟𝗲𝗄𝗃. So comedians, singers can now maybe use a different platform, the latent platform for booking their shows. Convenience fee is really high. It's a good business. It's a really good business. So that is why we're trying to explore that and build that. So today we're not building the core latent application, which is the OTT. That's already built. That's built. Some of its part I've built, the YouTube integration, and the rest of it is built by another company called 𝗟𝗄𝗃, which is my friend's company, who's another co-founder in Latent. And it is a little shady right now, as in the UX is a little weird. The reason for that is we had to launch within 10 days, but now it's getting revamped. We have all the Figmas. I'll show you the Figmas. If you remember Keshav from cohort 3, he's designing everything. So the new Figmas look good. Mobile app they're working on. We have to build Book My Show. This is the part that me and some people in Super 30 here are going to own. So let's build like a ticketing platform, and which might sound very easy on the sidelines, but there are a bunch of parts here. For example, 𝗟𝗲𝗄𝗃, the first thing he told me was, okay, when Book My Show may or may not perform good, when a lot of people, when he posts a link, since there are limited seats, let's say there are 100 seats, it's very hard for you have to create some sort of a consensus to make sure who came first. You don't double book a specific seat, so on and so forth. So that's the most challenging bit here. It is to avoid double booking. So we're going to spend some time understanding what this problem is and the various approaches to solve it. I don't know an approach. I remember during the Coldplay concert, Book My Show built a very elegant architecture. I remember someone from FamPay tweeted about it. So we'll read through his tweet and understand what he was able to reverse engineer. Then of course I have a few thoughts on, this is not a very easy problem. In fact, when 𝗟𝗶𝗃𝗀𝗃 came here, he gave me the same problem. We're doing a bunch of challenges. So he gave me, how would you do, how would you avoid double booking over here? And he said most people in his cohort, they guess just lock the database, but you can't lock the database here because it's a very long process. When someone clicks on a seat that I want to select, I want to book a seat, they have to pay, they have 10 minutes of a window to pay for that specific seat. So that seat is blocked for 10 minutes. You can't really lock a row for 10 minutes. Or it's not a good idea to lock a row in a database for 10 minutes. So you have to build some sort of a different architecture to, lock a specific seat and then after 10 minutes unlock it in case the person doesn't come. So there'll be some level of, async architectures here, bunch of backends that are constantly canceling seats /booking a seat if a payment is confirmed. So there'll be like payment gateways, things that we have to do. But more than that, we have to build like a queue. Person can come and see. If I'm on a 𝗟𝗲𝗄𝗃 show I'm trying to book, I should see how many people have booked, and more than that, how many people are pending. If there is no seat currently available, that does not mean seat isn't available. It might be that 10 people are currently paying. So if their payment fails, if they're not able to pay, then their seat should open up with me. So we'll very clearly show, okay, X people have bought. Y people, we can change this in the UI, like if this is a whatever vulnerability or security issue, okay, we don't want to show how many people have booked. So we can change it in the UI, but the backend for now will expose, okay, X seats are available, Y seats are booked, and these many people are currently trying to book. So these seats might open up, and as they get filled, we have to let the user know. So I was thinking about this yesterday. I want to avoid going very, changing protocols to something like WebSockets, but we might have to go there. I think we can build this with polling as well. So that's the first approach I'll think of taking. So ये समझ आया सबको क्या बना रहे हैं? We're building a Book My Show like application. nothing too complicated, nothing that can't be built, whatever, by a MERN stack engineer, whatever, second year in college. The thing that gets difficult is building this specific part where there are limited amount of seats and people will DDoS you. People would want to, take all of the seats that you want. So we have to avoid that as well. That's another challenge I didn't talk about. But yeah, that's a brief. We will start coding in a bit. Until then, any questions? We can use WebSockets for this? Yes, that will most probably be the approach that we take. So I'm trying to avoid WebSockets as much because what will happen here is events happen from time to time. Somebody will immediately come and throw a link and then, so many people come. Scaling WebSocket servers is really hard. When you get a burst of traffic, scaling your WebSocket layer becomes very challenging. It'll be a very, weird sort of a traffic pattern where if someone announces a show, Coldplay show is coming. Chalo, Coldplay show you can prepare for. Okay, Coldplay is going to announce a show, we'll prepare our infra. But if someone is randomly posting a link somewhere, there is no way for us to know, and hence we'll have to upscale it's easy to scale up the HTTP infra. It's very hard to scale up WebSocket infra, which is why I'm trying my best to avoid it. If this was constant traffic, right, we can have a fleet of WebSocket servers, that's fine. But if this is random, kabhi ekdam se aa gaya, then people go away, then a lot of people come, and then people go away, comedians are randomly sharing links, then it will be a little hard. So that is why I want to avoid WebSockets, but we will see if need be. And if, the architecture doesn't suit us eventually, then we'll have to go with WebSockets. All right, more questions? Or shall we start? Do you guys want me to start?
I think gRPC plus quick.
That's a great idea. gRPC plus quick will help us, it'll be faster, but quick is not supported in a bunch of browsers, old browsers. So there's a high probability people, are not able to connect, which is why most people don't go there yet. WebSockets are good enough. But yes, I agree it's a better approach, more optimal approach. If you can control the client machines, then is one you should choose. But since we can't do that, people might join from a very old browser. We will stick to WebSockets if we have to go through two-way communication. Talk more about the architecture. We will. Before I haven't thought through the architecture. We still have to, decide what the architecture would be. So I'm not saying, there's no right or wrong answer here again. As long as it works for a specific traffic, for, let's say if somebody comes, there are, let's say 10K seats and 100K people are trying to book, that's a decent enough estimation. But if 𝗟𝗲𝗲𝗲𝗲𝗲 comes, then there are 30K seats, and God, I think there were like 1 million people in the Coldplay queue when Coldplay tickets came out. So we have to handle both of these cases. Of course, we have to optimize for this one. There'll be 1 million people trying to buy 30K seats. So how do you order them? How do you make sure you're fair? How do you make sure if seats are not getting booked, getting cancelled? What do you do then? How do you get rid of bots? If someone would love to bot and buy all the Coldplay tickets, right? Their value is going to increase. Very similar problem to an NFT launch. Whenever a sneaker is dropped, whenever an NFT is launched, bots stack up because you're able to buy it for X and there's a very high probability you can sell it for more than that. So we have to avoid bots as well. And thankfully, I see 1,500 people here. So, hopefully we can test it. I'll create I don't know if all of you will stay until 6 in the morning. But if you do, then we'll do a test of, 10 seats and 300 people trying to buy it, and we'll see how that goes. Okay? Cool. We'll discuss the architecture, but problem statement samajh aa rahi hai? Anything that is not clear right now, I'll answer questions for 10 minutes and then we'll proceed. BCA folks might not be eligible for lateral. You'll have to start again in the first year. Will there be a cohort 4? I don't think so. Very high probability that does not happen. Almost can say no, but never say no. Please make sure so beginners can understand. All right. Architecture, I can. Code, if I try to explain everything, we'll be really slow. We won't be able to finish this in 10 hours. So I'll explain the architecture fairly well. Like we'll discuss the architecture and decide it ourselves very well. And then when I'm coding, probably we'll have to speed up, especially when I'm writing the front end. Back end, I'll try to go slow. Okay? You're going to code till 6. I don't think this can be built in less than, based on the last few lives that I've done, I think it takes as long to build this, but I could be wrong. If you're building the whole thing, for sure, there's no way we can build the front end, back end and everything in less than 8 hours. If you're building a janky back end and then leaving it, then probably can be done faster, but I want to build the whole thing and, test it out. What do you mean when you say first principles? This only, right? Okay, this is our requirement. Now, how do you build this backend? Let's decide from first principles. First principles mean okay, considering you don't have any other extra knowledge, just your core computer science knowledge you have your first principles thinking. You have to decide how to solve this problem. That's what first principles thinking means. I don't see any quick questions. All right, so cool. Let's get right into it. Okay, do you guys want me to discuss the dumb things, or can you guys take care of it? There'll be a backend. Let's say in Go or Node, where will be the user can come and sign up. Sign up flow for these applications is phone number based. We'll have to figure out. Oh God, I'll have to find a credit card. We have to send the user an OTP and make them log in via their phone number. Unfortunately, that's the most popular way to how it happens in these applications. So we have to follow a similar flow. We can't just do a login with Google. We can add login with Google, Facebook, whatever. But most of these applications expect you to give your phone number and log in via OTP. So the first thing we'll have to do is that, for which we'll have to figure out a service that lets you send out OTPs. Once the user signs up, we put an entry in the database. Well, that's pretty much it. After that, the user needs to look at a bunch of events, which tells you what? It tells you there needs to be an admin front end as well. A bunch of these event creators or comedians will have access to an admin dashboard where they can come and create their events, decide the number of seats, decide the price per seat, decide various levels of seats, level 1, VIP, fan pit, so on and so forth. So we will have two front ends, which will most probably interact with the same backend. When you're on this front end, we will put an entry in the admins table. So we will have an admins table, or call it creators table. And then we'll have a users table for the end users that are trying to sign up on our application and buy tickets. This specific admin can come and create an event, select the number of tickets and a start time. Okay, when do tickets go live basically, and something like that. They'll have a draft dashboard. Thank you. A draft dashboard where they can update the thumbnail of their event, the location of their event, the venue of their event, so on and so forth. So this is a very simple bit, right? This shouldn't take us more than an hour to build, at least on the backend. And the user can come see those events and try to book. ये भी समझना है, ये simple है. Bunch of backend routes, whatever, if you're using. I'm not going to write these down, but you get it. A sign up route, a sign in route, a change profile route, and a get events route that will get all the events that are currently available. Oh God, the other thing here is these events are location specific. So, locations, Delhi, NCR, Bombay, the first thing you see when you go to book my show is what location are you trying to find. So you see events in those locations. Actually, we can just get rid of this for now because, there won't be too many comedians initially. So let's say we see all the global events in a single place. We'll just have a field called location that we can filter on later on. Anything else we need? I guess another endpoint / event that gives you the details of a specific, event given an ID. I might be missing a few endpoints, but for now, I think the user can just stick to these. I don't think we need more endpoints for a user, but I, of course, could be wrong, and we'll see in a while. Then comes the admin dashboard, where, of course, there should be a sign-up endpoint, or should there be not? There shouldn't be a sign-up endpoint. No one should be able to come and join as an admin. We should give them access independently, put them whatever. The bad thing you can do is put them in a database. Better thing you can do is put admin credentials in an env file while publishing, and an admin can add another admin, something like that. But abhikle, let's assume there is no sign up endpoint. We open the database and create an account for Samay, create an account for Samay's manager, so on and so forth. So there will be a sign in endpoint, but there will be no sign up endpoint. You can't come to the admin dashboard and sign yourself up. It will be manually created by us. After the user signs in, what do we do next? After the user signs in, we let them create an event, so a post on a /event, where they can give the details of the location, the number of seats, the price, so on and so forth, and a start time. This should be editable until the event has started. I think once the event has started, if you start to change, like bring down the number of tickets, you will run into a bunch of complications. If someone is trying to book, but you decrease the number of seats, I can already see a bunch of problems. So let's assume for now, whenever you're creating an event, you're allowed to edit it until the event has started. But once the event starts, you can't change anything. It's there forever. You can probably, stop selecting or getting more admissions. You can block the admissions, but you can't really decrease the number of seats. You can probably change the title and so on and so forth, but you can't really decrease the number of seats. That will lead to a bunch of challenges. What else? I think that's it. Anything else? Post, put. Are you following? Are you following? Are you following? Are you working?
Yeah, yeah.
You're
No,
following?
I'm here.
You're having okay. Do you think anything else? Post, put, like sign up, sign in, create an event, change an event.
Yeah, just think that only. Delete,
Oh, delete an event. That's a good one.
delete, and gate also, right? All
Yeah.
those things. Entire fraud.
Sorry?
Entire fraud.
Entire CRUD, yeah. Cool. That looks good for an admin. Now comes the challenging bit. Do you want me to explain through ye kaise banega? You guys know already what this is, and you know how can you maintain these or create these CRUD endpoints. Can we get into the juicy bits? Let me do a poll. Start a, sorry, not Q&A, start a poll. Should we get into the architecture of booking? Yes, no. If you select no, then I'll explain this a little bit further. What CRUD APIs are, how do you connect it to a database, so on and so forth. But do you already understand this? A bunch of endpoints, a database, you put data there, authenticated, gated by some specific things. Can we get into the core of the architecture? Cool. 88% says yes. That is great. So let's get into that. Let's understand let's try to build the thing. So I remember from a while ago, there was this guy at FamPay, Twitter, Book My Show architecture, who tried to reverse engineer what Book My Show did during Coldplay. Yeah, it won't be very easy to find, would it? Coldplay. If someone can find that tweet, let me know. He tried to reverse engineer what Book My Show did during the Coldplay event. But let's.
I know. They did it in client side.
What do you mean they did in client side?
Like for example, all of the payment links and all, right? They knew like whenever the crowd was coming, they were like the backend were not able to handle that.
Okay.
So they just did like if date dot now is like this month.
Oh.
Yeah, I saw it somewhere. Might be incorrect.
Got it. So what Sargam is saying is that they had client side logic, just blocking people. I don't get though.
What I mean is like if date dot now is less than this time, you will not show the link at all.
I get it. That's fine.
Yeah.
But once the link is open, everyone flocks.
Yeah.
How do you maintain a queue?
Oh, okay. I'm also. But
Okay.
there was a lot of
Got
they
it.
did like a lot of what they call you put like something in the client and you control it in backend. They feature clients.
Oh yeah, it makes sense. Cool. Okay, so what Sangam was telling, before the show started, they had client-side logic to show you, tickets are about to come versus you can book a ticket. So on the client, you could change a few flags and, see the booking page. Unsure if that would change anything. But okay, that for now, let's say we don't have to worry about. The user comes, let's just imagine an event. Let's say there is a event, jiski booking is starting at 8 p.m. Okay? And there are a lot of people waiting to join this event. So they will go to the events page. So whatever, bookmyshow.com or whatever, latent.com in this case, /events/123 or whatever, some show Delhi. And let's say 8 p.m. is when the show is, and 7:50 p.m. everyone starts to flock in. So we have like a bunch of people who are on the website on this page and trying to buy the show tickets. So here is the slightly ugly approach. Okay, when you come here, of course you hit a backend, which is a simple HTTP backend, and you ask whether or not this show booking has started. So of course at 7:50, all of these clients will be, or this the browser on all of these clients will be talking to the backend. The backend will tell them, sorry, you don't. The event hasn't started yet. And they're expected to refresh. That is the ugly approach that I'm talking about. Okay. Or what we can do is, we can show them a timer here. Okay, 4 seconds until the booking starts. And on the client, we can have logic. Whenever this number becomes 0, we reload the page. This is something similar to what we did during the Mandad's NFT launch. Okay, we had a client-side clock, and we would refresh the page when the clock reached 0. So let's assume we do that for now. There's no clean logic to there's no ranking that is happening at 7:59. If you came at 7:50, that gives you no benefit. If you come at 7:55, gives you no benefit. Whoever comes first after 8 p.m. is the first person in the queue. तो ठीक है, that is a requirement we're putting for now. Unsure if it is good or bad, but ठीक है, अभी के लिए ये है कि when you come to the website, even if you came at 7 p.m. for a 8 p.m. key booking start, you get no benefit. You have to keep refreshing. After the clock hits 8 p.m., and then you have refreshed this page, which might be a automatic refresh by this clock, or you manually are constantly refreshing ki start ho gaya. Then you will hit the backend again, and this time the backend will return you something good. You can book this specific ticket. Now comes the challenging bit. Actually, now that I think of it, whoever sent this request first at 8 p.m. is the person who needs to be first in the queue. तो वी आर अज्यूमिंग कि अगर 8 बज गए हैं, उसके बाद जो पहला बंदा है जिसकी रिक्वेस्ट आई, दैट पर्सन इज फर्स्ट इन द क्यू, एंड देन सेकंड बंदा जिसकी रिक्वेस्ट आई, दैट पर्सन इज सेकंड इन द क्यू, सो ऑन एंड सो फोर्थ. दैट्स प्रोबेबली बैड, बिकॉज होगा ये कि पीपल विल सेलेक्ट देयर टिकट्स, नंबर ऑफ टिकट्स दे वांट टू बाय, क्लिक ऑन बाय, उसके बाद दे शुड गो इनटू क्यू. सो लेट्स नॉट डू दैट. अभी के लिए व्हेन यू नाउ हिट दिस इवेंट्स एंड पॉइंट, इट विल रिटर्न यू कि यार दिस इज द सीटिंग लेआउट, दिस इज द VIP section, this is the non-VIP section. Oh God, this is some cheaper tickets, so on and so forth. And you are allowed to select how many tickets do you want to buy. Let's say you select, I want VIP tickets, and I want 2 tickets of these. Then you have a buy now button. This is when you get in the queue. So when you click on buy now, is when the first dangerous request goes out. When I say dangerous request, I mean now here is where queuing starts. The first person who clicks on buy now with his set of tickets is the first person who should be allowed to get the first 2 VIP tickets. If there are, let's say there are only 50 VIP tickets that are available, and 100 people come and try to buy 2 tickets, so only the 100 people, only first 25 people will be allowed. The rest 75 people will be told कि भाई नहीं, sorry, you are currently in queue. They'll be given their numbers as well. So this very first request, I'm calling it the dangerous request, which let's say is at /danger/ or /queue/events/buy. This very first request now needs to have some sort of a sequence number. कि यार ये request पहले आई, ये request दूसरी आई, ये request तीसरी आई. It needs to rank all of these requests and let the user know their rank, and also of course आगे के pages में make sure कि rank 1 वाला बंदे को allowed है payment, rank 2 वाले बंदे को नहीं है allowed payment, so on and so forth. तो this becomes very challenging considering we'll have a distributed HTTP server. We don't have a single HTTP server in production, right? If there are so many people currently, we will have multiple HTTP servers. So I can't just maintain a counter यहाँ पे कि यार const event sequence number equal to 0, and whenever the request comes to this endpoint, increase it by 1. I can't do that because then यहाँ पे भी 0 से start होगा, यहाँ से भी 0 से start होगा, यहाँ पे भी 0 से start होगा. So what is an approach I can take now? What do I have to do? I have to rank all of these tickets or buy now clicks. If someone clicks on buy now, you are given a rank 1. Next person to click on buy now, you are given a rank 2. So how can these multiple servers, because one person might hit this server, one person might hit this server, one person might hit this server. There's not a single thread that is calculating this, although I now feel that might be a better approach. Nah, that probably won't be a better approach. I don't think we can handle 1 million requests a second. I was thinking, so what we have to do is, there is a buy now button. A lot of people click on the buy now button, and then we have to give them a rank 1, rank 2, rank 3, rank 4. And there are 2 approaches here. One is we have a horizontally scaled HTTP backend. So then you can't maintain a sequence number in memory because there are multiple servers.
Makes sense.
First person will hit the first server, second will hit the second server.
So I think in these type of cases, like you need to have like a big machine, like big dabba.
Yeah. So either we can do that. Okay, we have a big dabba, like a big machine, and we have a single process handling all of these requests. Or you can use something like Redis, which is maintaining the sequence numbers then.
No, but still, because if we are considering our traffic, right, then we need to think like even like the smallest of the delay will cause a lot of things, right? Like for example, the delay from Redis to that will also
not be the best thing in the world. But
like, but if you are talking about distributed systems, right?
yeah, but can a very beefy machine still handle a million requests a second? Probably can.
Yeah,
A
I
million
think
requests.
like the
Actually,
big
no.
players like traders and all the like they do these only, right?
Yeah, they use in-memory engines, but over there also the HTTP layer isn't single-threaded. Isn't the box? The box is the engine. The HTTP layer is still distributed.
So how about like we do something like Provo, like not the worker, but the worker will be the HTTP server that will be distributed, and that last thing will go to the engine, which will calculate the rank.
Do you need this much complication? Like it makes sense. I'll tell you what. It makes sense for Probo
Yeah.
or an exchange because the engine constantly has a very big state, the order book.
Yeah.
But in this case, it's just a sequence number. Sending it to a queue, pulling it from the engine calculating and maintaining a very big in-memory object. Versus here is just a number that needs to go up.
How about like adding each entry as like a member of a queue? That solves it, right? Basically.
Adding each entry.
Like for example, we have a distributed HTTP layer.
Okay.
Whenever like someone requests, it will hit one of our layers, and the layer will add it to the queue, and queue will automatically do the sorting, right? If I'm not wrong.
Yeah, you can do that. But do you need this much complex? Do you even need a queue? Why not maintain a number across all the HTTP servers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Give everyone their number.
No, but like how will you decide like which, like let's say like there is HTTP server 1, HTTP server 2?
Oh, there's a Redis is the same, right? Everyone's using the common Redis. So whenever
like then it's same as a queue.
that's very similar to a queue, but you don't need a queue. But now I'm thinking of another challenge here, another problem here.
So another one big problem is like
Come here and talk. Everyone else can also hear then. Bring your chair. Sargam is also here, guys. देखिए. Okay, to recap the problem first. The problem that we're talking about is when multiple people click on the buy now button.
Yeah.
We will have to have a distributed HTTP layer. We can't have a single HTTP server where in memory you're maintaining, who came first, who came second. The first person might request here, second person might request here, third person might request here. We need to order them. Okay, you are number 1, you are number 2, you are number 3. That is the problem we're trying to solve right now. So what are you saying?
So yeah, what I was saying was adding everything to the queue was like to me like the easiest solution that I thought. But you said like let's maintain like a ready state, right?
Yeah.
But why do I think like we cannot maintain a ready state? Like how would you add like some like okay, I hit this HTTP request, you will send 1 to this.
No, I'll increment a counter. So I
increment a counter in HTTP.
No, in Redis.
Here?
Yeah.
And okay, so but that should not be in a transaction. That should be in transaction, right?
A transaction?
No, because you will just increment a variable here, and that will be like user ID belongs to this variable. Is that right?
Sort of. It'll be like so all of them will get their numbers from. This is the central person deciding who's rank 1, who's rank 2, who's rank 3.
Okay. Yeah.
Think of this like a service that's deciding who's rank. It's a single threaded service where a lot of these HTTP servers are going to request, give me a rank, and this guy just has to rank them. Then our backend server knows their rank. We can do whatever. We can store it in a database, send them back WebSockets through whatever. But the point of this service is to rank all of these requests from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 like that.
Yeah, sounds good.
So we need a single threaded service that lets us do this. Now we can create one ourselves, or Redis is single threaded. It gives us the same thing.
Yeah, Redis is single threaded.
What you're saying is push it to a queue.
Yeah, I was thinking like each person's request, let's push it to a queue, and that will automatically re-ranked.
Yes, but like what's the benefit of pushing it into a queue? For like if I ask you to write a sum function, what is the benefit of putting that sum function's response in a database? If I just want the response,
there's no
if all you need is ordering,
why
not increase a variable and just get back the value? What do people think here? Are we missing something? Oh God, there's too much chat.
No, I think like it's just
the old
streaming
chat.
The old, right?
Yeah. All right. There we go.
Use date by time in MS. I think date time is the worst thing to use in distributed system, right?
Yeah, clocks, like synchronizing clocks across systems.
We need that thing, atomic clock or metric clock, something like that.
How about use a Redis queue or Redis DB store user ID or the first use of the timeout with the horizontally scaled backend? That's actually a great idea that will eventually come. Okay, you need, so I don't know what this person is saying, but basically what is going to happen is you have given someone a rank 1, but they might not pay in the next 10 minutes.
Oh,
So
yeah.
you have to cancel their
Yeah,
event.
that's why I'm telling about the queue.
Okay.
If you get it, yeah.
But like, how will a queue help? Like, queues can only be popped sequentially.
What I mean is like we will pull like 1,000 people will be able to pay now.
1000
Let's say like we have 1,000 seat and we'll tell 1,000 people can pay now, right? And if they don't pay within like 10 minutes, then we'll have to cancel whoever is there in the because we already pulled up, right?
That's okay. That's your point of the queue.
Yeah.
But probably not a queue. So the problem with the queue is if the first person comes, they're first in the queue.
Yeah.
Second person, second, third, fourth, fifth. And if the fifth person pays first, how will you remove them from the queue?
No, because we'll do like batches. I thought we'll do batches.
What do you mean batches?
Batches as in like 500 people we are open, like you can pay within 10 minutes because you are already popped off of queue.
Oh no, that won't happen.
That will not work.
It's not like there's a 10-minute window, first 500 people come.
Yeah.
And then there's a 10-minute window, the next 5 minutes. That
Oh, so like what else, like how is that?
it's very random. People can come randomly and start to buy tickets. It might be you have no one coming for the first 1 hour, 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Then immediately 1 million people come.
Then like how would you like give like equal chances to the million then?
There's no equal chance. First come, first serve.
First, yeah, that's what like what I'm thinking is like whenever user clicks on like let's say like buy so, right? Then we add them to the queue, and then like we'll pop off incrementally, right? Like because we only have like a hard cap of let's say 500, then only 500 can pay, right? Then
I have a suggestion.
Yeah, tell me.
Oh.
You have one?
So I was reading about it. We can do a virtual waiting room. So
We
there
can
will
do a
be waiting
virtual.
rooms.
Oh, okay.
One will be limited to exactly match the number of tickets that are available.
Correct.
So those people can be timed with, if they are like taking more than 10 minutes, they get kicked out of
That room.
that room.
Correct.
The next top ranking person on the virtual waiting room
Will move to
gets
the-
pushed to the next one.
That's great. That's
And
great.
the virtual waiting room will only check for timestamps from our backend servers. So the client sends the request to a distributed HTTP server. The server marks a timestamp and a unique anonymous signed in ID.
Right.
That who was the original person. That
Got
will be
it.
stored on the client side. So the next time they
Send a request.
we sync that with it. And use a Redis sorted set to automatically rank them that, and use the timestamp as the key. And if there is a match in the timestamp, use a fair algorithm to randomly pick a
Single person. That's great. I think that's great. This is great. What he suggested was, so what he suggested was like, felt very solid initially. I'm thinking now. Basically, what he said is 1 million people are going to come to your platform. Decide who the top 1,000 are, and then push them to a virtual queue, a virtual room, or basically all of them are now sending us different type of request to your backend. There are only 1,000 people here, and then your backend can actually be single threaded, but there's no point of a single threaded backend here. ये 1,000 लोग तो आ ही गए. Sorry, I think it felt like a good approach, but I'm thinking now. What he said was, and maybe that's what BookMyShow does, everyone over here, 1 million people over here, when they come, they simply send a request to a backend, get back a rank, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 like that, and then they'll stay here until their time has come. And when their time has come, they move to, let's say, a separate screen on which they can book. I think that's fair. This is called the virtual room, the queue where you're waiting amongst 1,500 people. This is the main room where you're actually allowed to book at all. So that sounds great.
No, but like
The problem remains the same.
yeah,
The problem remains the same. How do you rank these 1 million people on a first come first serve basis in a distributed system? So yeah, tell me.
my idea is like I think this should be client side heavy, since like most of the audience is not technical. So there are like ways to make it like client side, like
Yeah,
a lot
sure.
of hacky ways.
Let's assume the audience is extremely technical, because there one motherfucker will come and break the whole thing.
Yeah.
So, ठीक है.
So the problem is like we have like a 1 million people and we want to only distribute 1,000 tickets. Is that the problem?
There are many people. Yes, correct. And they're all trying at the same time.
They are all trying at the same time.
Now I'm thinking of queues actually. I have some, yeah. Okay, here is a distributed architecture that I just thought of. Very weird. I don't know if it'll, how good or bad it is, or what it does for the latency. But I'm going to introduce what Sargam was saying, which is queues. Okay? Whenever someone clicks on buy now, the first thing that happens is this request simply goes into a queue. That's it. Okay? There is a single queue where everyone's requests keep on getting racked up one after the other. Whenever you when you click on buy now here, your request goes to a server pushes to a queue.
Right.
And then there is a worker. What? Were you thinking
I
the
was
same?
telling the same thing.
Okay. So you only tell them. Okay. Cool. Okay. Go ahead. No, sorry. Go ahead.
No.
Okay, you're telling the same thing? Okay.
Yeah, I was like, I think I may have like, like not to tell that properly, but I mean that one. Like, I mean because fundamentally queues are for, like even in real life also, queues are for managing huge traffic, right? Why do, like, if you go to a bank and if there is like a lot of people and everyone goes there, like, everyone goes to the cashier right away, then no one will get their chance, right?
Correct.
So only way to make people discipline is by arranging a queue in itself. Yeah.
True.
So there may be like various queues. Like for example, let's say some arena has like a membership, right? And anyone who is subscribed to membership will get into the priority queue.
Correct.
So that for in future, if we want to add, we are open to that as well.
That's very
right?
good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what I mean is randomly request will go to distributed whatever HTTP lambdas, I don't know, cloud, serverless things, and only the job is to whatever the user ID is, user ID will go here and we will push it into the queue.
User ID
Because-
and what they're trying to book.
yeah, obviously, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because we are pretty sure because of this slug, we are sure like what is he trying to book, right?
Correct.
So we'll send the user ID, and maybe because we can just send the user ID. Why? Because just to make the payload smaller, since we are talking about millions, right? So yeah, we'll send it here, and it will append to the queue, and we will do FIFO, I think, right? First in,
First
first in, first out. Yeah, we'll do that, and the worker will pick. I think like maybe similar whatever you were telling, right?
Yeah, it'll pick like, let's say if there are 1,000. Yeah, it can just be a single threaded process.
Yeah, because this computation is very small, right?
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it's just be a single thread process. The working will be a single thread process that's popping from the queue and letting. So we'll have another WebSocket layer that let the person know that they're ready to book now. So what we can do is.
Oh, actually, I have a great analogy.
Tell me.
Great analogy. So, okay, where is that? Live stream here.
Huh.
So, okay, see, if we put a poll, how many of you want to join Super 30, right?
Haha.
So everyone will tell, right?
Correct.
So then how will you do is we'll push them, right? We'll push everyone. You will take interviews.
Correct.
The queue from the queue to the worker is the interviewed part.
Correct.
And whoever gets the interview will get the link. You will get the payment link, right?
Correct.
You're seeing something?
No, nothing. Go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, that's a good analogy, right? Everyone wants to come to Super Dirty.
Correct.
There are like different type of ways, right? They can either like pay there. They can ask Ankur, right? Many ways. Everything will be pushed to a queue. That is like your timeline, right? Your calendar.
Correct.
You will pick it from calendar. Whoever you like, you will give them the payment link.
Yeah. Perfect. I think that's great. So what's the worker supposed to do? Worker will pop it out.
Yeah.
And it'll let that specific user know, okay, through a different WebSocket layer, okay, you are ready now. It'll redirect them to the payment page basically.
Yeah.
So you'll see pending here for a while, and then whenever the worker picks you up, it'll let you know.
So like I think if I recall correctly, in Book My Show as well, when like Coldplay tickets were selling out, right? So there was like you are in like 1,10,000 queue, and it will decrement like by 5,000, again by 5,000, and so on, right?
Correct.
It was like that.
Correct.
So like
That's probably
every 1 minute or every few minutes, you will get like you will get your current position.
Correct.
Is what I mean, and I think they do it by constantly polling, not through WebSocket,
I agree.
most likely.
But if we poll, then the worker will put your entry in a database, and then after some time you're polling and getting now you're allowed in. That works as well.
Yeah, like I mean, we can just have like another service that will give you the your rank.
Correct.
Rank as in, it's very easy to calculate the rank, right? Like by you just have to give the range, right? Not the exact rank.
Correct.
Like you are in like 3500 is doesn't mean like you are in 3500 61, right?
Correct.
So yeah, it's like easier problem. User this thing is in this, and some will worker will decrement, right? So we just need like the state of the queue, and I think that might work. I might be wrong.
No, you're right. Worker can keep decrementing it. These many people have been popped off.
And like the queue will itself get smaller, right?
Correct.
Or larger if depending on like are you like pushing it to the.
Correct. Yeah.
What do you think?
Agreed. I think everything is perfect here. One small thing I will add. So tell me though, as from a UX perspective.
Yeah.
Let's say I come here, I click on buy now, I'm in queue. Now I refresh. Should I be the same point or should I go back to the queue?
Same point.
Same point. Yes. I think they should go back. I think it's I mean, I don't know.
You should not go back. I mean, like if you go back, then it's like a more challenging problem, because you will have to pop that specific entry from here, right? Then it's like a more challenging problem because your ID needs to be popped off.
You have
right?
to pop it off. Like it'll come to the worker, the person will not pay, and then
Oh, like worker will send that send it to the client.
The
Worker
client
will
will-
try, but client is not there.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but like the waiting time will increase more because worker will have to like. I mean, like it doesn't matter, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, this is a question to answer. Okay, what does Book My Show do when you, if you refresh by mistake or?
But I would expect like any if we are talking about like layman users, right? Then they would expect that to stay, right? Like in Google Forms, your response is, and like if it's not, then you are telling, oh, this is like this is like not a good product, right?
Yeah, agreed. Agreed.
What like even hacky ways of doing this is they just put their in like some kind of cookies or like local storage or something that will just for client side,
probably do that.
because like client side it doesn't matter, right? But you need to make that cache is not like evil for the server, right? Like if you edit like your position in your local storage to be one, then your server should not think like your rank is one, right?
Correct.
So that we need to prevent, but we can show that your rank is one, and people will. I mean, like everyone expects, like for example, the progress bars also. Everyone will expect the first 80% to be filled immediately, and the last 20% to be filled like very slowly, right?
Right.
Yeah. So it doesn't matter for the end user, is what I think.
Makes sense. Okay, so let's go with that. So I think what we have come down to is this. Okay, the user will come and they're allowed. Now another question I have is on Coldplay, when you were in the queue, after the queue ended, did you then select your tickets? Or did you first select your tickets, click on buy now, and then you went into the queue? First. Then we have to this. We should probably do the same then. But I don't know. Some like most events don't get this much traffic. Okay, up front you have to check. So that will just be weird UX, I guess.
What about like what is the comment section saying? Someone like few people have done super chats as well, by the way.
But I don't know if there are answers there. Let's see.
Fan funding.
Stuck. I can tell you a few scenarios. You are stuck. I work for US ticket booking company. Nice. We're going to spread. We'll start YouTube. Yeah. Tell me. Put another 100 rupee chat. Tell me your architecture. I think we can learn a lot. Depends on if you've done PCM or not. But you can't do laterally. So the first person here, Ryzen Way. How do you guys do what you do? Just comment. I guess you can comment over there. Why can't you just live concert with a ticket of 10 rupees? It will be good. Cool. So we'll wait for this guy to reply. Tell me a few places we're stuck. We don't want to get to them later. So, I'm sure we're missing something obvious here. So tell me what that is. So, we can decide and go from there. So we'll wait for a few more minutes for other architectures. So we have one in mind. And I'll formalize the architecture, but I would wait for this guy to tell me what he's thinking, and if we can find if there is a better approach. Can you just put another 10 rupee super chat and put the architecture?
Let's see, live chat.
We'll go to live chat until then. Oh, it'll be a website for now. Native is owned by Apex folks, so I'll just give them the SDKs and they'll integrate it in the app. What if the user entered in the queue at some position fails the transaction? How only that particular user will be removed from the queue?
So when you come to the website, you hit over here, you get pushed to the queue. You are popped from the queue, and then the worker lets you know you can pay. So they've already been popped. By the time you have received a payment link, you are no longer in the queue anymore. So we don't have to re-pop you. If you don't pay in the next 10 minutes, you lose out on your tickets. If you pay in the next 10 minutes, you're good. Let us not use a queue. Well, that was my first thought as well. It's first come, first serve. Whoever reached your... that's not the worst architecture. But what are we missing here? This is missing something obvious. This was my initial thought also. But this is a good comment. Let's read through it.
First might use it's first come first serve. Whoever reaches to is good enough. Simply use Redis to store. Bro, whenever I see Redis, like I always think like, isn't it just like a queue?
Not exactly. You can use it as a queue, but you can use it as a bunch of other things. Whoever reaches first, so the backend is good enough. Simply use Redis to store user ID. What do you mean simply use Redis to store user ID? Like push it to a queue is what you mean, or you mean store as in what? Store where? It's in-memory database. How do you rank people if you're storing it in in-memory database? And run a timer to remove the user ID. From where? I'm assuming you're saying a queue only. So you know, so you, from what I can understand, you're saying the same thing. Put it to a queue and start a timer to pop from the queue. Yeah, I think. Oh boy, we'll need another queue, bhai. Yeah, I think what you mean. I get what you mean. So when people get pulled over here, they're given a payment link.
Yeah.
If they don't pay in 10 minutes, then the worker needs to pull the next guy. How will it do that?
What?
The worker initially knows it has 50 empty tickets. It'll pop 50 items from here.
In 10 minutes? No one. Let's not take 10 minutes. 3 minutes.
Let's say 3 minutes. So it'll pop the 50 items from here. Give them all a payment link to pay from.
Yeah.
Oh god, there's another.
Isn't that just like the database call? Like for example, select count star from entries, like ticket entries. Isn't it just that much? Whoever will pay, the request will go to like some different thing, right? That will just append the transaction to database. Like they will sign up to Razorpay.
Correct.
Razorpay will hit our webhook.
Correct.
And I'm assuming that the webhook will hit relatively fast.
Correct.
Right. And every time we'll give like a 30 seconds of breathing time.
Correct.
For the worker to correctly get those, right?
Correct.
So isn't it just like select count from transactions?
Yeah, you're right. But like, as soon as the webhook hits,
Yeah.
it needs to know what we can't just start a 3-minute timer. Okay, every 3 minutes check the database. Every time the webhook hits, this number needs to go down. It needs to pop the next guy.
Oh, okay. That will be faster, right?
Yeah.
What do you mean? I think no, but like it's not that webhook will not hit like whenever a transaction did not happen, right? Webhook will only hit like
When the
when
transaction
happens.
Correct.
So I don't think like we can like what are you thinking about?
I'm
Like,
saying when the transaction hits,
Yeah.
immediately the worker needs to pop the next guy.
why
One person has paid.
yeah.
Oh, it doesn't.
Why
That
to-
seat is booked.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
That is
Only
like,
if
like
it
we are
fails.
talking about like negative,
you're right,
right?
you're right.
We are talking about the compliment.
You're right. Anytime it fails, we need to pop from the queue.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. So, ठीक है. Okay, that makes it simpler. So, in that case, anytime it fails, which means, the worker can be a single-threaded process which runs a 3-minute clock. And if whenever it pops something, it starts a clock for them. If they don't pay in 3 minutes, it tells the database this transaction is rejected and pops the next guy.
Perfect. Yeah.
That sounds good.
Assuming like our the webhook infrastructure might take some time, which usually is. So we'll give like a 30-second of breathing time, right?
Yeah. The user can sit for 3 minutes and 30 seconds extra. We will
30 seconds extra. Or else, I know like payment validation from like front end is bad, but what we can even do is we'll do from front end also. Front end like because there are like checks, right? Which are like this is really coming from Razorpay or not.
Yeah.
So we'll do that and we'll compare the result with the webhook data.
Correct.
Because webhook is the final source of truth, right?
I mean, even the client side works. If you check the client side data, that's good enough. You don't need the webhook in that case. Okay, so we'll do both, whatever comes first.
Yeah, but like webhook is for like ultimately whatever happens, the transactions are here.
Correct.
It's like your Razorpay dashboard, right?
Yeah. All right. I guess the only one problem that I suddenly thought of is, let's say there are 50 seats.
Okay.
This person wants 1 seat, 1 seat, 1 seat. This person wants 5 seats. This person wants 1 seat. This person wants 5 seats, 1 seat. Okay. there are
I know, I got the problem,
You got the
but
problem,
it's
right?
very hard to solve.
So if there are 5 people waiting here, but there is only 1 ticket remaining, I need to let this guy go, and then the next guy I need to bring basically here. So I guess if there is not enough supply, we can just let the first person know that you are overbooked, second person know you are booked. But then we're incentivizing people who are booking 1 tickets and disincentivizing people who are booking 5 tickets together, which I guess is fine. One more challenge that we have totally forgotten about is people can select their seats sometimes, like a cricket show. Doesn't happen for comedy shows, but
Those are, I think, each of those is like itself a different queue.
with like supply of 1. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Okay, we don't need that for comedy shows, so we can skip that.
What do you think?
You could select a seat.
No, not select a seat. Like select a class, right?
Select a class, simple. That can be individual queue. No, I think a single queue is fine.
Selecting seat is really hard.
Yeah,
No. In Coldplay also, you would not be able to
select your
the
seat. Most comedians don't. Only in movie tickets you're able to select your seat.
Yeah. That's
But we're not doing that, so cool. All right, guys, we have found an architecture. I think it's foolproof.
Let's say, like, for example, in buses, right, you need to select the seat. Like, say in airplanes, but we don't have like this source of traffic, right?
Yeah. But over there also, you still assume there will be surge of traffic and build it that way. All right.
Prime is on.
Oh, sure.
I said IRCTC.
Let's see what he's doing. Did this guy reply?
No.
Introduce
No,
a
it was
staging.
different.
Hold on, someone said something. But someone said something. No, same guy. Oh no. Can you tell a few scenarios where you're stuck? Oh, no, we saw that. Someone said something good, I think.
Oh, can you go up? Can you go up? Can you go up? The first guy. Can you tell few scenarios?
I think he meant can tell you a few scenarios where you are stuck. I work for a US-based ticketing company.
Oh no. He might be asking, can you...
Okay, so we don't know. One of 2 things is happening. I think this guy's super smart and he's saying, can tell you a few scenarios where you are stuck. Or he's like, मैं भी काम करता और हम नहीं इतना सोचते. So can you tell me a few scenarios where you are stuck? So I'm not sure which one of the 2 it is. Introduce a staging table for keeping the drafts to solve the refresh issue. In buy now, put in the queue, then lock the DB record against the... Introduce a staging table, okay, for keeping the drafts, which I'm assuming is people in the queue, to solve the refresh issue. Oh, the refresh issue, okay. Introduce a staging table makes sense.
Is this real? Prime time is online.
He might be.
In the chat.
Oh, no, I don't think he's here. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. What if we ask user to preload a wallet and select seats? Yeah, that's just not how, unfortunately, UX. That would be great. That would make this problem so easy. If we hope everyone has their wallets funded, but unfortunately, that great approach, bad UX. So no one will do it. If you ask them to first pre-fill wallet. Was prime time here? No, I doubt it.
It's prime is in no.
Yeah. Alrighty, cool guys. So let me formalize the architecture. If someone finds a flaw, let us know right now because I'm sure it'll come up eventually when we're coding. So this is the current architecture. This is the front end, and the approach we are going to take is anyone can come to the front end. Anyone can select I want to get 2 tickets of whatever VIP.
Initially, auth will be there or not? Authentication.
Auth will be there. You will have to sign in. Yeah, and you can click on buy now. So when you click on buy now, it will immediately start to show you a counter. Okay, you are currently 1000th in the row. And what you'll do when you click on buy now is send a request to a backend. It will be a fairly distributed backend where anytime a request comes.
I thought it right now. Like for example, counter will not update it live, right? But we can do client side optimistic this thing, right? Like for example, every 5 minutes only this will update in the backend, but on the front end we can do it like set interval of every 5 minutes, 5 seconds, it will go down.
Just you can do that.
UX.
Few companies do that, but okay. So whenever this event comes, you'll push to one of many queues. Every event will have its own queue. Some event 1 has 1 queue, some event 2 has 1 queue. And then there'll be a bunch of workers that are pulling from these queues. Let me make the worker green in color.
So now, oh God, how do we have one worker per queue? Do we have multiple workers solving multiple queues, or a single worker solving all queues?
One worker per queue.
One worker per queue.
Yeah.
What if there are thousands of events and no one's going through these dud events?
Oh my god. Then we have a problem.
I think-
Then we have a problem now.
I think since I don't think this has to do too much logic. So if we have like a few of these servers, we're good to go. Only
I mean, like, I think 5 to 6 is good.
yeah.
Like, it will be according to the
Number of
either the
queues.
height of the queue or either the length of the queue, right?
Yeah. But the other problem is, how does this server know what all queues are active right now? You feel me? So let's assume we'll solve that problem some way. I guess
Okay, let's think about this.
it can just hit the database, right? It can hit the database. Okay, what are the currently available tickets? And then all of them, it will assume it has a queue and start pulling from there.
Yeah.
The only thing this introduces is बहुत ज़्यादा latency. Basically, if there is an event that does not have too many people, still you are going through such an architecture and waiting for a worker to pull and let you know, okay, you can now book. Versus, if it makes sense for a Coldplay show, but this architecture doesn't really make sense if there's a dud event and no one's coming to it.
This is one question. So, okay, thinking about whatever we discussed. So, let's say this is for Samay Raina, right? So, I'm assuming that his traffic is like a ton.
Yeah.
Tons, right?
Yeah.
So that's why we are talking about this architecture.
Correct.
But if it was for like XYZ, who is like who's is like hardly sales are like too low.
Correct.
Then like, why do we even need this, right?
That's what I was saying. But unfortunately, we can't predict that. Okay, oh, this is a bad comedian, so iska nahi.
No, obviously we can.
And what if a lot of people come in the bad comedian? The worst thing you can do is double booking. If 2 people come to the ticket show with meko bithao, then you're screwed. So the only problem this approach is latency. There's nothing else that's too bad here. It takes some time for you to get back a payment link because that's sort of the hot path. Payment links are only generated for people who are let in the queue. That's the only difficulty.
But like if it's for like a comedian, right? Who has like, let's say 50 seats and only 60 people have came, right? So first 50 they will immediately get the link.
Yeah, but like if there wasn't a queue, the latency would have been even lower. What I'm saying is this introduced slightly extra latency because
slightly.
this is single threaded. It's popping from a queue, and there is one extra hop here. This will also send it back to a WebSocket server, which will let them know, okay, they can now book or give them back their payment link or whatever.
Makes sense. That makes sense.
That just adds some latency versus a single HTTP call. But okay, let me formalize the architecture. If someone has something better, let us know. But I think this will work for even if not a Coldplay event, it should work for most of the events we're going to support. Distributed HTTP layer, you click on buy now, you select your seats, your request goes into a queue. There is a worker that's constantly popping from these queues based on how many people have booked. This worker will first check the database, how many seats are empty. Let's say 50 seats are empty, it will pop 50 things from here and start a counter for these 50 people. Okay, these 50 people now have the next 10 minutes. If they book in the next 10 minutes, great. If not, then it'll discard them and pop the next thing. And as it pops one of these events from here, it will let you know. It will redirect you to the payment page basically. So that can either happen via polling. Let's not introduce WebSockets for now. The worker will put an entry in the database and you will keep on checking your status via poll. And one of those polls will tell you, okay, now you have been let in the queue, you have reached the worker and hence you are allowed to, whatever, book for the next 10 minutes. You have a timer over here. If you book in the 10 minutes, great. If you don't book in the 10 minutes, you're screwed. There is a third case here, which is, okay, you book at the 9-minute, 99th second. And that's a whole different manual challenge of refunding.
That is, I think, that is like a dispute, right?
Yeah. So over there's something called capturing payments that will help us. So whenever you do a payment on Razorpay, you can, there are 2 approaches you can take. You can either auto capture or not auto capture. Capturing means that your backend has given them the resource they wanted. So if you have auto capturing off, Razorpay will accept the payment. It will not capture the payment. It will hit your backend via webhook. And you can either capture or not capture.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So if you don't capture it, it'll refund them the money.
Of course.
So I think what we'll do over here is we'll turn off auto capturing in Razorpay. What that will do is whenever the webhook is hit, we can recheck, okay, was this person legitimately paying or not? And have they done it in the 10-minute window or not? And if they've not done in the 10-minute window, we will not capture their payment. They will not get the seat and Razorpay will eventually automatically refund them. We don't have to do anything extra. All right. Shall we start to write the code?
Yeah, you're right.
Anything else you want to add?
Anything else? I think this approach is, I think, bad. I know it's bad, but I don't know why.
Yeah, I feel very creepy about the approach as well. I feel like there's a simpler approach. I think we're just complicating it too much.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
the other thing is the latency that comes with this single-threaded worker is giving me a little bit of anxiety. The good thing is the worker only has
No. Like this single threading, if it becomes a bottleneck, we can increase the size of the machine, vertically scale it.
when I said single thread. Yeah, then then it's
okay.
not a single-thread machine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I get you.
All right, folks. Anything to add?
Instead of polling, can you use webhook? Crowd rule polling. Suppose two people are clicking on buying, then we can manually delay the second one's payment.
What do you mean manually delay the second one's payment?
Provided it's
Suppose the worker selects 15 requests and 2 requests have the same seat number. Yeah, it will. The first request that comes, firstly there's no seat numbers in what we're building today, so we're good. But if that happens, then of course it's a whole different challenge of you just reject the second person, right? If someone else, but you can't reject, the person hasn't paid. That's a great point. That's a great point. It's a good question. Sorry. Fuck the haters. Yeah. Oh, Manu is here. Manu, hello. How's it going? Would you like to build the front end for the latent application? Would be nice. Yeah, it will be open source initially, so use Go for worker. Yeah. The worker is pulling like 1,000 things at a time. For a 𝗟𝗲𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗀 concert, pulling 30,000 things at a time.
You can maintain one queue.
Which is fine, I guess. And that's too bad. Yeah, the worker's job is just to empty the queue and let the user create a Razorpay link and forward it to the user. That's all it has to do. Probably has to do a database call as well. Yeah, there'll be a few things. अभी इसको जब लिखेंगे तो समझ आएगा भाई काफी कुछ मतलब अभी तो बहुत हवा में बातें हो रही हैं. As we start to architect it, we'll see a few things. Multi-threaded worker, yeah. Problems there, right?
Why multi-threaded, right? Because
there's a problem.
We'll lose
the count, right? It needs to know. It needs to pick 50 people. So that unless you're sharing state, then in whatever a thread safe variable, which you can do. That's something you have to do if you have to do. If you have to go with this approach. But
I think Swam Sarma is telling why can't you use lambda and step function, right? That might work, but I think he's telling like why can't we just SMS or mail the payment link? That will not work, right?
I mean,
will that?
How does that solve this problem? Like you send them the payment link on a website or send them to an SMS. Doesn't matter. The question is, call 𝗟𝗶𝗃𝗀𝗃, sir. That's a great idea, actually. Should I check with 𝗟𝗶𝗃 if he's available?
Who 𝗟𝗶𝗃?
𝗟𝗶𝗃𝗀𝗃.
Oh yeah, check.
Yeah, maybe he has a even better approach.
Go to RabbitMQ, then we have Redis
Before
we define length expiry of 10 minutes from clicking the blah blah blah. What do you decide how much transfer?
Where is this? Let's see.
Like and dislike for each song movie. You can use that same. Linux distro. Pratham which Linux distro? You should use Arch Linux.
Mac खरीद लो भाई, थोड़ा पैसा लगाओ. All right. The current app is Java on Android, Flutter on iOS. All right, let's get right into it, guys. Let's code it. I don't think simple bits जल्दी से कर देते हैं. Oh fuck! I had 2 interviews. Were they rescheduled?
9 p.m. and I think 9:40.
Okay, let me just ask him to reschedule. All right, guys, we'll get into the coding bit next. It'll be a while before we reach here. So if you're a complete beginner and cribbing in the comments, okay, this is too a little advanced. I agree, this part is advanced, but that's. I'm assuming CRUD can be made easily. But भाई meetings postpone कर देना दोनों, उनको call में जाके बोल देना कि okay. तो the CRUD बनाते हैं पहले. CRUD shouldn't take less than an hour. What was the CRUD bit? It was fairly simple. कहाँ गया? God, I have too much content here.
Wow.
Bro, where was it?
It was not here, bro. It was not here. That was, I know.
Post.
Do it worker, na? I think worker will be.
Oh yeah.
But we don't have worker written, I think.
I think we did. Oh, no.
Is this the one?
Looks like it.
Okay,
Yeah.
there we go. Cool, guys. There we go. This was the CRUD portion. So let's build this first. It's going to have a bunch of admin endpoints, a bunch of user endpoints, a database, and fairly simple stuff. So
Okay, one question to you regarding this. Is it good to use like not HTTP, but let's say GraphQL or let's say TRPC in these things?
TRPC probably not. Like
The TRPC is bad, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because of like the load it gives to the TypeScript server.
Yeah, and also cross compatibility across browsers or sorry devices, native devices, so on and so forth. Like it's very good if all you want to build is a website.
Yeah.
But it gets a little tricky if you want to go into native. So it doesn't give you any benefits. GraphQL will, especially in this where you have a lot of people sending a lot of requests. GraphQL is actually great in making us contain what the client wants.
Honestly, I think not in this case, but in like the case like let's say for not e-commerce. E-commerce is too simple. Like LMS, right? Like Apex. I think they are like whenever I see the network layer, they are sending you quizzes, right? But you don't have quizzes, right? So like your client should be automatically able to check.
Yeah.
But no, because like the client is generic, right?
Yeah, but that's why GraphQL,
Yeah.
But again, client is generic, yeah, so it's just trying to guess the quizzes. All right, cool, man. Thank you, Sargam sir. This was a great discussion. Very nice. And yeah. Shall we code, guys? So get right into it. I'll share the repo, somewhere in the comments. If you want to follow along, the first part isn't too difficult. In fact, I'm happy to build the first part in a bad fashion, taki, it does not work. But yeah, it doesn't work when cold play happens, works in the other cases. Then we'll build the, slightly better architecture, the one that we talked about here. I think up until 12 p.m., we should be able to build a V1. We'll see the V1 is breaking because multiple people are able to book at the same time. You have sold more seats than you have. Then we will move on to the better architecture from probably 12 to 5ish. I think that will take most of our time today. So empty project hai. Zoom. Let's initialize it, and I think if I'm not wrong, I already created a repo for this latent booking. Yeah, it's in the description. It's just one latent booking. So I'll be pushing all the code here incrementally. If you're not able to follow along, feel free to go here. I'll try to go slow initially. At least the first version, let's build in a hand-holdy fashion. And the second version, I'll probably speed things up a bit. And front end, I'll probably, again, speed things up a bit. So I'm initializing the turbo repo. Because our life would be much easier if we're doing JavaScript. It will be a little bit harder if we're doing Rust. So we're taking a middle ground with TypeScript and monorepos. Although monorepos always get me. There's always one thing where I get stuck. So Sargam is laughing because he knows. Oh, this was the latent backend I wrote a while back in Rust. My bad. What was it? What did I call it? CD latent app. There we go. Rust is actually beautiful. It's just very slow and very hard to hire engineers. But boy, if you're writing and if you have some, starter code to look at or, good code base that you've worked on, then even if you're copy pasting, like engineers can join and copy paste and, build CRUD on top. But it gets very overwhelming for not even new engineers, sometimes senior engineers to look at as well. But it is great. Like I was reading through one of the old Rust code bases I used to write back in the day. And like a bunch of common errors that you can get in a language like this would never come there based on, how it forces you to write code. So long story short, fairly good backend to choose if you have time and, if you have a lot of money to throw at engineers. All right. I've initialized an empty turbo repo. Turbo repo is a sort of it's called a build system, build orchestrator, monorepo framework, a lot of things. But basically, if you have a very big project where you have multiple frontends and backends, it's a good idea for you to initialize a turbo repo rather than having separate folders and various microservices, various GitHub repos. A single GitHub repo where you store everything and have a lot of code sharing is what this guy lets you do. So I'm going to create two frontends here, admin and user. I'm going to name it admin frontend and user frontend. By default, the turbo repo initializes with two Next.js frontends, which is great for us. We want two Next.js frontends, one for the admins, one for the users. So that covers this and this over here. And then we need the
backend layer for which I'll create a new folder called HTTP backend, which is enough for us to do what we're supposed to do today. Or in the first part, eventually we'll need more services, probably a WebSocket service, a worker. That's the only two I can think of right now. So eventually we'll have 5 folders here. Initially we just need 2. So inside our newly created HTTP backend, let's initialize empty package.json. I'm going to name it latent HTTP backend. Let's initialize an empty tsconfig.json, which we are going to import / extend from packages / TypeScript config / base.json. So this is like a standard base TypeScript config that works for most Node.js projects, or backends like the one we're building. Even for React projects, this is a decent starting TypeScript config. But to be able to use that, you have to introduce this specific package that's TypeScript config in your HTTP backend. So हमारा जो HTTP backend है, I will have to add you can add a dependency or a dev dependency. I'm adding a dev dependency here to @repo / TypeScript config. What I've done right now is this HTTP backend is going to depend on this TypeScript config. This is a separate package. This is a separate package. This is a separate package. These are my end user applications, and these end user applications may admin frontend already depends on TypeScript config. User frontend already depends on TypeScript config. If I open the package.json here, you'll see it has a dependency to @repo / TypeScript config. So the frontends already do have that. The boilerplate code that you get already has that. The HTTP backend that we're introducing now needs to have that. So I'm going to introduce it here. And the file that I'm going to extend from is base.json. One more thing to add on top is root dir, which is where I'm going to write all of my code base, and out dir, that is going to be where I want to build all of my code base. All right. That's pretty much it. That's all you need for the initial bootstrapping of the TypeScript project. Introduce a source folder, introduce an index.ts, start to write your code, which in our case is going to be an HTTP backend. How do you write an HTTP backend? Express, Hono, Fast API, Nest.js, pick the framework of your choice and start to build, the HTTP backend. You know what is supposed to be built. In fact, since this is actual, a real project I have to use, I'm going to introduce tests, which are usually a good idea to introduce in packages. I'm going to introduce tests, and let's do test-driven development. Let's write the tests first. If I don't write the tests right now, I know for a fact I'm never going to write it. So if I take the conscious decision of writing tests right now, it is going to help me way in the future. I know that for a fact. So let's do that. Let's start to write our tests, and we'll go from there. Okay? Any questions before we proceed, guys? Anything that you guys don't understand? Test-driven development looks cool. Let me push the code base. And if we have tests, then all of us can build the backends, and you can write it in Rust, you can write it in Go, you can write it in Nest.js, you can write it in Express. Since all of us are following the same schema, our final code will look the same. So, or our final APIs more technically will look the same. So let me push the code to this repo. You guys saw my GitHub password. Go and hack it now. What am I missing? Did you guys really change my GitHub password? Let's see. Bro, what am I missing? Git.
Who the hell was?
That, yeah. Bruh. Has my SSH key expired or something? No, I don't know what I was missing.
You can do. I'll tell you.
All right, this is the repo.
Did it work or did it not work?
क्या?
Pushing it to code. Did it work?
तरह पूरा वेट निकल जाएगा टेस्ट लिखने में. That is true. Did it work? Yeah, it worked. My password worked. All right. Chalo, let's do a poll only. Dekho, I will write tests eventually. If we write tests, it will be great if you want to migrate to Golang later or a Rust later, and you have multiple front ends backends to work out of. So cool. You can learn from one to the other. So should we write tests? Yes or no? If you want to select no, no. If you want to quickly build a project, great. But we're trying to build this in a slow fashion. So tests, yes or no, guys? Tests, yes or no? Beautiful. Very big yes over here. Alrighty, good to go then. So let's kick things off by writing a test. Now there are two ways to write tests. Well, there's something called unit tests, there's something called integration tests, and there's something in the middle. What we're doing is something in the middle. Call them unit integration tests. So what that means is, what I mean by that is, when I'm writing these tests, I will so if you're using Express as the framework, there's this very famous framework called super test that lets you test Express backends. But that restricts you to Express backends, which is why you write integration tests. Okay, my browser ko main start karunga, that will do the whole thing. I don't care about the framework that's underneath. We are not writing integration tests. We are not going to start a browser that's going to log in, log out. We're also not exactly, we're writing unit tests, but we're not exactly writing them the easy way. The easy way being, you connect them to your HTTP backend, import the router from there, and start to test them. What we're doing is we're going to actually hit HTTP endpoints. So we're going to use Axios in our tests repository. So let me already go to packages/tests and do a npm add Axios. I'll actually hit the backends and try to test them. Before that, I'll have to do a npm init-y to initialize package.json. I don't know. Like, the naming convention doesn't really matter here. I'm never going to import this. This isn't really a package. I just don't think this is an end user application either, which is why I'm putting it in packages. Jest and vtest are two very good frameworks, one better than the other. Use whichever one you want. I'll go with vtest, but Jest is also good enough. Jest may TypeScript gets a little finicky, which is why it's easier to use vtest, which is what I'm using right now. I'll also show you one very clean trick. If you're able to write tests well, GPT can write all of your code for you. You shouldn't do that. I mean, we have to give it context about a database, ORMs, things like these. So it will not be able to exactly do that. But if your tests are comprehensive enough, if you, as a human, write a lot of tests, GPT can take care of everything else, like writing the code for you. All right. Where is TypeScript? All right, let's already put like see if it works or not. Let's delete index.ts as well. Let's add a tsconfig.json, and let's again extend the base TypeScript config. Doesn't matter, I think. Even if you don't do that, you write your own TypeScript config, should be fine. Repo/TypeScript config / base.json, and add this as a dependency in package.json. Index.spec.ts, let's not have some function. Let's just do expect 3 to be 3. And let's see if we're able to run one test. If we can run one test, then we can write our whole test suite. Test adds 1 + 2 = 3, expects 3 to be 3. Let's do a package.json where let's add or update the test script to be vtest. And let's see if it just works for TypeScript or we have to do something extra. My guess is we have to do something extra, but I could be wrong. Yeah, failed to extend this thing. All right, I have to do a global pnpm install. Whenever you change package.json, even if you're adding, internal dependencies like these, you have to do a global pnpm install. Else, those dependencies don't get linked. All right, now if I go to packages/tests and do a pnpm run test or npm run test, either is fine. The test works, says it succeeded. So thankfully, if you're using vtest, your life is pretty simple. You don't have to do a lot of TypeScript configuration. That is not true for the other one, which is like Jest, or you have to do some TypeScript mumbo jumbo. All right, I'm kicking things off with a simple user.ts. So what is the first thing you have to check? Sign up endpoint So here I'm going to actually now hit a backend. So I'm going to hard code a backend URL here, and the assumption is that whenever you are running the tests, you are also running. The assumption is whenever you're running the tests, you're also running the backend. Otherwise, the tests will fail. Let me also run it on 8080 for now. The sign up endpoint will do what? Const response equal to await axios dot post backend URL slash API slash v1 slash sign up. It will try to send a username and password here. So let me const username underscore 1 equal to 𝗥𝗲𝗳𝗀𝗀. Const username underscore 2 equal to Raman. Const password underscore 1 and password underscore 2. One, two, three, random. So I've hard coded a few values here. These are the two users I'm going to be using. Seems like there's a typo here. Password, alrighty. The sign up endpoint is going to do what? Hit this specific npm install or add axios with the username, let's say username underscore 1, password, let's say password underscore 1, and just make sure that expect response dot status dot to be 200. Simplest test you could write. Let's put this inside a describe block because we'll write a bunch of these tests, not just one. For let's say sign up. So test sign up, double sign up doesn't work. So if the same user tries to sign up twice, that should give you a problem. So can you add text over here? Sign up endpoints, probably can't. You can, all right. Double sign up doesn't work. If you try to sign up with the same username more than once, it should fail. So I can do a response 1, response 2, expect response 1 to be 200 and response 2 to, let's say, be whatever, 403. We can find a better status code here. What else should you test during sign up? There is no, to import it or something.
Sign up, right? We are signing up through mobile only, right?
I totally forgot.
OTP.
Fuck, we have to. Yeah, we have to download, sign up through OTP.
Yeah, you need like a mail, OTP provider.
Yeah, can you find one? What's the famous?
Twilio, right? Twilio is the famous one. I don't know.
I do have Twilio, so I have access to Twilio. I also have some credits there. Okay, we'll go with Twilio. Yeah.
Or I can get one next.
I think I have one. I'll let you know if not. Okay, so guys, this won't work. I suddenly realized when you sign up via phone number. That's our schema. So the sign up endpoint will actually just expect a phone number. So let's do a phone number 1 equal to 7060334. That's the first phone number. When you sign up, you just have to give your number and maybe your name, like, because I remember the latent sign up flow that's in the designs. I remember there was they asked you for your phone number, give you the OTP, ask for the name.
Oh, is that not your number, right?
It's closer. So name, let me hard code a name as well. Const name underscore 1 equal to 𝗥𝗲𝗳𝗀𝗀𝗃. So these are the two inputs that I pass while signing up. And then there's actually that's not enough. Sign up and then /sign up /verify. So you first send a sign up request with your phone number that that sends your phone number the OTP, and then you send the OTP and your phone number, and your name in the next response. So yeah, we can just expect both the status codes to be 200 right now. And then I'll do a response 3 where we try to sign up again, which will fail with a 401. Yeah, if the user is already signed up, then this is what you should see. Oh, yeah, I suddenly remembered the problem with Axios. Axios throws whenever we saw this in Metaverse, me and Sagnam were sitting together. Axios throws whenever you get a non 200 cheat code. So we have to do something along the lines of
Metaverse, yeah, the code.
yeah.
But it was not good, honestly.
That's not the best approach. The ideal approach is you should expect this to throw. Okay, let's see how throws are, exceptions are caught in. There you go. What type of assert type? Exception catching in vtest. Expect this thing to throw error something. All right. So that looks good. Expect dot to throw and the exact error we will wait for until we sign up. But I think all endpoints that are going to fail will write the failure case like this. All right, this much is a good starting point. Now the problem is OTP. ये second request to fail कर जाएगी because you're generating an OTP. By the way, OTP generation on the backend is also very interesting how it's done. So we'll learn that today. The question is, how do you make that OTP valid during the tests? So you can either add mocking over here, which I don't want to because I actually want to test the endpoint.
What is the problem?
Oh, tests can't actually send OTPs, right? We shouldn't expect an OTP to be sent out during a test. So how do you test that this functionality is working as expected?
Like I don't know this, but in like any company that I see, every they do like 000 is for the dev mode, is the OTP for dev mode.
OTP 00 for dev mode.
Yeah. If node if the
or the environment is dev.
development,
That's fucking great.
OTP is always 000.
Let's go with that. So
and you don't even send the
of course,
message, right?
of course. So this is great. Whenever we're starting our backend, we'll add logic to check if we're running it in production mode or not. And if we're running it in dev mode, we'll not send an OTP and we'll hard code. We'll accept all 00. We'll accept this as a OTP over there. This isn't the best approach. The better approach is for local development, you log OTPs. That's what cal.com does. But I don't know how they write their tests.
But why do you? Okay.
Just log the OTP, right? So don't actually send it. User sees the logs and logs
You want
it.
to pass the sign up or fail the sign up?
Pass it.
Pass the next up.
Fail also is nice.
Fail is easy.
I mean, that's probability.
Yeah.
One random time it will break then. All right, this is good enough. Shall we write the code for it now? I've written the sign up endpoint. I've written what it expects. Let's also expect response dot data dot id dot to exist is good enough, I guess. We don't know what the ID would be. There is no to exist. Expect to be not dot null. There you go. Okay. Yeah, I think that's good. So given that we've written the test, let me push the test as well. Given we've written this test, can we write the endpoint for it now? Do you want to do partial TDD or do you want to do full TDD? Partial, right? Good. So let's write the test for it now. Let's write the code for it now. We've written the test. checks a few cases. We can make it more comprehensive, but a good start. So now let's write the code to actually, whenever someone signs up, send them an OTP and then verify their OTP as well. This will teach you about the authenticator module if you haven't already seen what authenticators are. Like there are various ways to do this. But a good, wow. Ishan is flying tomorrow for the podcast. Interesting. All right. So,
Here?
I was supposed to go to Bangalore and he said he'll come. Good guy. I owe him dinner. All right. So PNPM add. What I was saying was this part you will learn if you've ever wanted. So this is like common best sign up flow, right? Take their email, send them an OTP, let them log in via OTP. What is this called? Passwordless login. So, very common flow that most companies want to go to is passwordless login. Okay, you come, you sign up with your phone number, you get an OTP, you get into the OTP. What's the problem with passwordless sign up? Passwordless sign up is you don't have passwords. Person comes, puts their email, clicks on sign up, receives an OTP, and puts the OTP.
They can bombard the provider.
They can bombard the provider. So you'll send out a bunch of messages.
Yeah.
That's one. What else? What if the service is down that's sending out emails? Your users can't sign up.
Yeah, like there is too much dependency on that.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's a hard thing to do, right? Emails can bounce, phone numbers can go down, get blocked, so on and so forth. So passwordless login is great until that one day when all your password, your external service is down that's sending out email and then you're screwed. No one can sign up and your sale.
Is there like any disadvantage with only OAuth 2 flow signing?
OAuth 2 is also pretty good. Only thing is,
what if they go down?
They will not go down. Yeah. If they go down, anyways, if Google goes down, then a lot of other problems. All right. Import Express from Express. Going to structure it a little bit, but you can decide to put everything in a single file. I'm going to add a new folder here called routes and create a user route here or user.ts here. And here I can be like app const app equal to express and app.use/API/v1 v1 router. So I'm going to routes may add a new folder called v1 where I'm going to add a new file called index.ts where I'm going to move this user.ts and index.ts I'm going to say import router from express const router equal to router.use/user router. And here I'm going to do import user router from /user, and in user.ts I'm going to add another router. So import router from express and const router equal to router. Here I'm going to add the router.post/signup. Which is going to do a bunch of things, and then /signup/verify. These are the two endpoints that we were hitting. Now comes the first cool thing, which is OTP generation. How would you guys generate OTPs over here? If someone signs up, you have to generate a 6-digit OTP and do something with it, store it in a database, return it to them via their message, phone number, and once they receive it, they'll send it again over here. So what is a good approach to do this?
Very simple. Backend random 0 to 10,000 and whatever the number will come, make it string, add all of them if they are not 4-digit, tag them by 0, that's it.
Okay. So Sargam said, select a random number between 0 to 100, 1 lakh, whatever.
10,000 not included.
0 to 10,000, 10,000 not included. Make sure you're padding it and send it to the user. Where do you store this OTP?
This OTP.
Like when the user sends you back, you have to verify, right? कि हमने ही उसको यही भेजा था.
Okay, this thing.
So where do you store it?
Well, we can store it in like a temp table in the database.
We can store it in a database.
Email is this.
Phone number is this. OTP is this. What if the user signs up twice, one after the other?
Then we have to, we need to do upsort.
We need to do upsort.
Yeah, upsort absurd means if there is nothing, add the entry. If there is something,
Update the entry.
OTP corresponding to the email. And in future, let's say like OTP expiration is let's say 3 minutes, then we have to add another field as well, expired at like that, right?
Got it.
Take that down plus 3 minutes.
Yeah, this is great. So one approach that 𝗟𝗏𝗳𝗲𝗀 has suggested is the following. User hits the backend and you have a database where you have a temp table where you store this entry, 𝗥𝗲𝗳𝗲𝗿𝗀, or this user with this phone number, we have sent this OTP 123123, and it has an expiry with it of let's say 3 minutes, and after 3 minutes, whatever, this becomes invalid. And when they hit the second endpoint, we will again hit the database. Is there a better approach? Is there a better approach? Local store will not work in a distributed system. If you have multiple servers, then you can't just store it in memory. Current time is very guessable. That's not a good approach. Come on, guys. You guys know this. There is a better approach to do this. OTPs. Store it in Redis cache. Similar problem. You're introducing a hop. Can you get rid of the hop as well?
You can do like, I think, hash it with the email.
Hash it with the email.
No.
That needs to change over time. Yeah, but you're very close. You're very close. He said hash it with the email. Hash it with the email का मतलब है कि whenever the request comes, अगर उसका phone number ये है, if their phone number is this, then create a hash out of it. Let's say 123123, which is deterministic. Given this, it spits out 123123. So you know कि since the hash is deterministic, when they send you the second request, you can again generate the hash and compare what they have sent with the hash and make sure they're the same. That way you can avoid the database. What did 𝗟𝗏𝗳𝗲𝗀 suggest right now, which is very close to the solution? What 𝗟𝗏𝗳𝗲𝗀 suggested is, okay, whenever you hit the /signup endpoint with a specific phone number, let's say this specific phone number right here, then deterministically hash this. Send it through a hash function, basically a one-way function that takes this as an input and spits out this as the output. And this input-output always remains the same. If the input is this, output will always be 123123. That way, when the second request comes, then also we can deterministically generate the hash and compare it with what the user sent us. If they're both the same, that means they're good. We have gotten rid of the DB call or the DB hop. If 2 people, 3 people sign up at the same time, if I do it from the same device thrice, my OTP is still the same. But what is the problem here? Okay, my OTP is always the same. So, you get the problem, right? OTP should refresh. Every time there should be a new OTP. So what extra thing you can add? Small thing.
Hash it with like some kind of secret that changes every...
Hash with some sort of a secret that changes every minute.
Yeah, like let's not say minute, because how will you be able to verify the hash?
How will you verify the hash? Okay, very close. Beautiful, 𝗟𝗏𝗳𝗲𝗀. First principles thinking, maja aa gaya. Have you ever used the authenticator application, 𝗟𝗏𝗳𝗲𝗀?
Yeah. Oh, I know. They do it. Oh, I know that.
You get it now? All right. So have you guys used authenticator application ever? Token gen with JW. Token gen with JWT is not best. You can't give a JWT to a person and expect them to return it back, right? OTP hash is a good way to put it. Or today's date added to the hash. Very close. 30-second window added to the hash. Not exactly today's date, but yes, like a 30-second window added to the hash.
I know this. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you've ever used authenticator apps like these, let me show you. You could have reached to this argument if you ever send OTP twice on Binance. If you ever send OTP twice on Binance, you will notice you get the same OTP twice. Same happens on HDFC Bank. If you ever try to do it together, right, in a span of 10 seconds, if you send OTP twice, notice you will receive the same OTP because the OTP is, I don't know which part of this I can show, but let's say these I can show. Have you ever used an authenticator app like this one? Notice there's a clock right next to every password. Every password or every 6-digit number is getting... So every 6-digit number, if you can see this, let me zoom in a little. Every 6-digit number that you see over here has a clock right next to it. That's refreshing every 30 seconds. So here also, if you basically read through how these authenticator applications work, the architecture is very similar. So if you've ever done a 2FA, there also, that's basically a password that you share between this app that's on 𝗟𝗏𝗳𝗀𝗀𝗀's phone and a backend server. And that's how you both reach the same password without any password being stored. Every 30 seconds the password keeps changing for both the sides. अब ये बहुत ज़्यादा हो गया तो मैं फिर से बता देता हूँ एक बार. Some people also commented, which was right, कि you have to generate a hash using not just the number but the number plus either the current day or the current hour or the current minute. कि currently we are at 9:59 p.m. Add both of them and generate a hash from this. So for the next 1 minute, this hash is valid. तो अब बंदा, if they sign up thrice during this window, they get the same OTP. If they, in that 1 minute window, are able to return us the same password, then again we'll regenerate the hash. We'll see it's 123, compare it and go from there. What a lot of these systems do is, okay, they compare the hash of not just this number and 959, but also 958. एंड ऑल्सो 957 कि हो सकता है मैंने 1 मिनट पहले भेजा OTP, हो सकता है मैंने 2 मिनट पहले, वो आप पे डिपेंड करता है आपका थ्रेशोल्ड क्या है. हाउ लॉन्ग डू यू वांट एक्सपेक्ट द यूजर टू be able to get the password. But yes, oh sorry, I wasn't sharing my screen, was I? But yes, this is one standard way to send OTPs in a stateless fashion. Stateless ka matlab, you don't have to store anything in the database. They're generated on the fly. There are a bunch of libraries. I mean, you can write this logic yourself of a one-way hash or authenticator, npm.js. I mean, there definitely exists on Rust. I'm sure there's one here as well. That's where I've used it. But yeah, there you go. 2FA for Node.js. If you look at the yeah, there you go. Generate token formatted key. Verify token formatted key, formatted token. Verify token formatted key 000. Generate to TOTP URI. Generate key generates a 32 character base 32 key. Generate token generates a 6-digit time-based token. That is what we want. 1 second, I have to reply to this. 3-4 बजे. Just 1 second, guys. All right, so we can just, we can write this ourselves also. It's a one-way hash that's phone number plus time-based. Or we can use a library like this. Either is fine. Whenever you're using a library like this, the problem is, what if the library has a bug? Like OTPs are very sensitive, right? You shouldn't allow anyone to be able to sign up with anyone else. So this doesn't have enough downloads for me to have too much conviction, honestly. So let's see, there's another one. Authenticator CLI at types/authenticator OTP. This seems like it is, let's see. So TOTP using method, that is fine, but where do you give the key? Query authenticator, generate token formatted key. We'll have to play with this a little to understand, what it's doing. Its documentation isn't great, but let's add it and we'll see if we remove it. pnpm add authenticator. All right. I think I can do a pnpm add types/authenticator. Import authenticator from authenticator. And यहाँ पे I can do an authenticator dot generate token. Now I'm very curious to see इसके types क्या है. Export function generate key. So all right, so what are the functions? Generate token. So I think I can do this, but I could be wrong. Let's say, const phone number. We'll add Zod here very soon, but abhi ke liye let's do a rect.body.phone number and generate token phone number is not enough. basically we'll have various places where we generate OTP. So it's not a good idea to, you should always pad this with something extra, let's say sign up. Something like this. And let's just log it for now. I'm unsure if this format is good for the input, but we'll see. TOTP equal to this thing. And rest thought. Basically, I'm just sending it back in the response. Eventually, we have to send it via a phone number. So we'll see when that happens. TOTP. Okay, that looks good. Okay, let's test out this endpoint once ourselves. One more thing I have to do is I have to go to the root index.ts. Oh, I have to do all of these as well. Export default router same in /user. Export default router. Come on. And the global, I'll do a import. v1 router from /routes/v1 app.listen. I think it was 8080. That looks decent. What's the problem here? Pretty sure it's that only. There is no default export here. Export default. No, there isn't. pnpm add at type/express. Pretty sure I added them. Oh, sorry, apps/http backend. Module can only be default import using ES import flag. Oh God, I have not seen this before. Here comes the first TypeScript challenge for the day, guys. I'm not seeing this elsewhere. Does this have a non-default export as well? Let's see.
So did you install types?
Yeah. Export equal to E. It's a namespace, import, body parts. This is export equal to E. What is E? Declare function E core.express. Declare namespace E. Let's see if it's just me. Sorry, my VS Code being VS Code, or are we missing something obvious here? Let's add a build script, which is going to be tsc-p. Let's add a start script that is going to be node dist/index.js. Let's add a dev script, which is going to be npm run build followed by npm run dev. And one thing we should do is add node_env equal to production here, because as Sargam mentioned a while back, only in production mode we'll generate OTPs. In dev mode we'll just give the user random OTPs, like expect 0000000 to be the OTP. All right, let's see if it builds. npm run build. Yeah, so router is is going to be really hard to debug. The info type router cannot be named without a reference to static. Why do I feel like this is a new error in Express? And I've seen this before. Okay, what I'm going to do is going to go to package.json in HTTP backend, and our dependencies look fairly decent. rm-r node modules, rm-r node modules, pnpm install. I'm going to do a fresh pnpm install. Not that it should change anything. I feel like I've seen this error before, but I could be wrong. Const router equal express.router should not fix it. This is not even a problem here. The problem is here. I'm not able to get the default export. At type/express .pnpm /at types+express at 5 node modules at types express index.js can only be default imported using es import, which we already have. Default imported using this flag. This module is declared with an export equal to can only be used with the default import using the es import flag, which I thought we had. Okay, let's see. When immediately comes, sometimes alternately. God, if this is it, that would be really bad. Restart TypeScript server. Fuck, that was it. Okay, so we're good. So pnpm run dev postman. Go to apps/http backend pnpm run dev. Now someone suggested something which might be useful here. Express.router. Don't think this time it will fix it. Export router. This thing is cannot be named. Someone suggested a fix for this in chat. We already have es inter whatever this flag is to be true. All right. I don't think this will fix it, but let's try it out. Package. We already have this in the compiler options, but let me re-add. Let's see if that fixes it. Did not fix it. Phone is buzzing. Cool. A type annotation. Okay, I think that should be fixable. I feel like someone has shown me the same error in Super 30 recently.
Yes.
Yeah. Did you find a fix?
Yeah, it was. What is the node version?
My node version.
This thing is lag, that's why it's bad.
23.5.0.
Oh, then it should be. The TS module to be something. Node next or something.
Yeah.
Did you do that?
It's node next, yeah.
That was good.
pnpm run dev. What the hell is happening here? What does dev do? Build and dev, my bad. Build and start. Start the server. Go to Postman, send a request to, I'll say it is a post request to API v1 sign up with phone number 3131, something like this. Send 8080. Cannot post API v1 sign up. Oh, I think it's API v1 user sign up. All right, try that out. Internal server error. Cannot read. Oh, I forgot to do a app.use express.json. Try it out one more time. As you can see, the TOTP is the same for this number for 30 seconds and then it changed. Now it will remain the same for the next 30 seconds. And then it will change, so on and so forth. So we have the right OTP logic in place. Wait for 30 seconds to pass. And now if I try it, I don't know if it changed or not. A23871, but basically long story short, now we have a stateless OTP, and we can verify the OTP as well. So the logic over here, we need to send TOTP to phone number, and here we can simply say, ID 1 for now, but eventually we'll send a real ID. So we'll sign the user up, put their ID in the database, and return it to the user. And here is the other complicated bit. Okay, we will regenerate the OTP for the user and compare. Okay, if TOTP is not equal to phone number, then return. Or there are better ways to do it. There is probably a verify function in here which takes verify token. So I can do a verify token formatted key, that is this, and formatted token, that's probably this. No, not this. rec.body.otp. If not verify token, then do an early return res.json invalid token. And if that is not the case, then we sign the user up properly. So set user to verified in DB and res.json. We have to return them the token. So here is where we have to figure out whether using JWTs, tokens, headers, or something else. What do you want to use?
JWTs, cookies, or cookies are finicky in mobile.
Yeah, that's the only problem. Cookies are finicky in mobile, so only JWTs for now. But on web, you can have a separate endpoint for mobile and in web. And on mobile, you can use the token as such. You can send the token as such. On web, you can use cookies. Either is fine.
Can you add like a SSO feature, a single sign-on? Only one person will be from one device. Like that's not needed, but how would you implement it?
Single sign-on. Not single sign-on, but I get what you're saying. A single session should be allowed. I would do the same way we've done it in app.indexers.com, which is generate a recent JWT stored in the database, and in a middleware check, is this JWT the recent one or not?
But like every request will hit the database. Right?
Every request will hit the database. So what will you do? You can cache it, right? First time you hit the database and cache it. But the question is when you clear the cache then. Yes, standard problem. Store it in a Redis cache then, and have a distributed cache for this specific thing. Is there a better thing approach? So what we're discussing is, never mind, it's a side discussion. Let's go back to user.ts. So what's the next thing we have to do, guys? Let's run the tests and see, are they working? Is this sign up endpoint now working as expected? Of course, it's a dummy endpoint right now, doesn't do anything. Eventually, we'll add things here. So the first thing you have to do is go back to the tests, test/test spec. And यहाँ पे one thing I did was I changed the endpoints to be /API v1/user/signup, API v1 user signup, and the same thing over here. I think that's it. Now let's run the tests. They only check status codes and ID to not be null, and expects this to throw, which will not happen right now. So let me comment this for now. Let's just see if partially the test works, and when we add the database, the rest of the test will work as well. So pnpm run test in the test folder. Fails the test because the backend isn't up, is it? Sorry, my bad. As I said, we're not exactly writing unit tests, so we have to make sure the backend is up when we're running the test and the test is passing. So we have a basic starting point, right? We've written test, we've written the backend, the test is able to succeed when the backend is up. So now it's just writing a lot of tests and writing a lot of backends. Let me push the current code and then we go from there. I'll answer a few doubts before we proceed. Git commit. The next interesting bit is going to be adding Twilio.
Actually, push. I'm having a feeling right now that we won't be able to build the best front end today based on the time. But all right, time to refresh. How are you guys doing? Do we understand what is happening, or is it going above the head? Code is pushed. Can you guys see it? Save OTP as a save OTP as cookie. What does that mean? All right. Guard the privacy and abide by our community guidelines. I think I'm guarding the privacy. Any questions, guys? We're taking a small break right now. Code has been pushed. Latest has reached GitHub.
Why don't you use ChatGPT for debugging?
Debugging what?
Yeah, I don't know. There is a question.
Or someone asked.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I think like ChatGPT makes sense when you don't understand anything, right? If you can't think or whatever, you don't understand the logic, know the logic well. Keycron
Then
Q3.
you are cooked. Then that's not that's not like a bug, right? And the bug is in you.
I
You
agree.
don't understand that.
So Sargam said, then that's not a bug. The bug is in you. So I agree. I think if you're not putting in the effort, whatever, if you don't have muscle memory in a language, it's not too hard to build it. I don't know why people keep like, how hard is it to build muscle memory in, I don't know, Python for you?
No, you need to think about like how code goes from top to bottom, right? Top to bottom of, right?
Correct.
And in like, let's say like most people are discussing about building APIs. In APIs, the code goes from top of the function to the bottom of the function. So the error has to be somewhere there, right?
Correct.
If the error is not there, then the error is in the router.
Correct.
If the error is not in the router,
Then
then
it's
you
in
have
the-
to start it there.
Exactly.
Right? Because the router people, they have already figured out everything.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
There are so many frameworks now that you're building on top of. Why so much? I don't know, man. Too much hate these days. But you know, theek hai. Fuck it, we all. I think most frameworks ke upar, well, as you said, there's not a lot of bugs at the framework level, hopefully. Unless we saw one today that was giving us some TypeScript errors. But usually that doesn't happen. What do you have? Coffee? Ordering.
Black coffee. Black coffee.
कर लो जो भी.
No.
I already added. तो वही है, मतलब मसले पता नहीं यार. I think people are just little, I don't know. People are just मन नहीं करता, मेहनत नहीं करता. पता नहीं कितना मुश्किल है भाई मसल मेमोरी बनाना. मतलब it's very easy to build. Just,
I know the problem.
you know the problem. Come here. People are saying you don't have a mic. Tell the problem. Meanwhile, I'll go and order. Sargam is taking Q&A for 5 minutes. I'll go order food. But yes, the question to answer is muscle memory. Should it be built, not be built? How to build muscle memory, so on and so forth. Did you add?
No, I did not add. I add like a latte, like frappe. Yeah.
Frappe?
Yeah.
That's hot coffee, right?
Yep. So my thought on like why you are not good at a language, right? Because people who just started learning language recently, so they took a lot of help from AI, right? Even for like smallest of the doubt, you never like try hard in yourself. So you would always like you always ask like ChatGPT, what is the error here, right? So you never I mean like some of you might, but most people what they do is they don't care about what the AI is telling. This is copy paste the code and then you go on like that, right? But the problem the how you can solve this problem is essentially just understanding the execution context, right? The code flows from top to bottom. If there are threads, then it follows the thread. If there are like promises, it stops there. And everyone, right? Yeah. Open that backpack. I bro, there are millions, bro. I can't open. Yeah, I think that's the problem. It's like new devs that are coming here, but yeah. Stand up का काम कुछ किया? No, कुछ नहीं किया अभी तक. When implementing our own OTP generation using, if we generate OTP as 910, and yeah, 𝗠𝘁𝗲𝗿𝗀𝘀. Yeah. Actually, you are talking about like whatever thing I was also thinking, but the package that we are using, right? The authenticator package that will like easily solve the problem. Which theme are you using? I think this is 𝗠𝘁𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀 Pro. Easy tip for muscle memory. Muscle memory is, I think, muscle memory. Just like code is small application. Like I used to like whenever I was learning, I used to code like one application like 10 times, 50 times, so that I get like so fast. Like I can write JavaScript in WhatsApp nowadays. So I'm like that good with like my keyboard and everything. So just like do one thing multiple times. The people said. The people tell I'm not afraid of someone who has built 1000 apps, right? I'm afraid of someone who has built the same app 1000 times. So that is the that is the best way for having like muscle memories. Is that's what I feel. Are you from Nepal? Yeah, yeah. Mo Nepali ho. Yeah. How can you one get into concert pal? I have no idea. Can you share Figma file? Figma file. I don't know. I think Kesav is working on it, but I don't think. When are you coming to Nepal? I'm coming in March, I guess. I'm not sure. Can you write hello world in assembly language? I don't know. Make muscle memory when it comes to more than learning one group. 6 month master it. Dipansu, yeah, I agree with his point actually. Muscle memory when it comes to learning more than one programming language or framework is that you understand the concept as a whole. I'm also like not good at it, just but yeah. Hello Sangam, yeah, let's glad to see you. I hope to meet. Yeah, I hope to meet you as well. Can make them expiry based on successful login lists in 30 days. Can't we make them expiry based on successful logged in 30 days? No, because the problem is like these things is that like cache is like very dangerous. If it starts becoming like evil, right? Like your database and the cache is different, then there is like a use like there is a use problem. Should we have like user creator? Oh, yes, we need to have this role based authentication. How to store server sent events, race objects, server sent objects. Good question. I need to state management. I think we'll use recoil. Architect is good with that. Are you into Web3? I'm into client side. I'm trying to learn. I don't know much Web3. I Sargam, do you like Next.js? Yeah, yeah. I like Next.js a lot. When you were in 11, was you a good student? I was not good. I was decent. I was like not bad actually. Are you graduated from Tehran? No, no, no. I never went to IIT. In fact, like I did not even gave the JEE exam. Bro, you are damn right. When I was learning, I would ask, yeah, yeah. So, yeah, see, he is telling, right, bro, you are right. I was asking, I stuck somewhere, I would ask with AI. So that's the main problem nowadays. If you leave, like, whenever you are learning, let's think like there is no chat GPT, there is no AI. Then you are good.
बाद में करो यूज जब करना है भाई मतलब मैं बहुत कम करता हूँ ऐसा अभी आई थिंक दैट्स द बेस्ट वे टू डू इट वन पंजाबी सॉन्ग देयर विल स्टार्ट कोडिंग अगेन गाइस मैं इश्यूज बना देता हूँ अगर तुम्हें खुद भी ट्राई करना है ना एक बार खुद ट्राई करो भाई और अगर कर रहे हो खुद से तो प्लीज़ री सेट डोंट यूज एआई थोड़ा स्ट्रगल कर लो कोई इशू नहीं है यू हैव अ स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट तो उसके बाद की चीज़ें you should figure out. So try to do this yourself. Complete the endpoints. There's just one hard thing I'll do after this, which is adding Prisma. But once Prisma is added, the schema is sorted. Then there's not much to do.
And by the way, for you guys, this is the best way to get in touch with Architect.
Yes, if you solve issues
Yeah,
here.
just 1 year ago, I was also solving this, and next year I'm here.
Yes.
FYI.
He's the head teacher. Also good feedback he got from everyone. Anonymous feedbacks we created. Sargam was the top, whatever, teacher, mentor, TA. So good work. Good work. Kya?
New feature. Create some issues.
Oh, wow.
Like Jira. Jira is gone now.
Nice. Very cool.
Yeah. See you again.
Cool. Chalo guys, let's proceed. One song, then we'll proceed. Song recommendations. One song, then we'll proceed. We have to write the code. But before we write the code, I mean, अब तो CRUD ही है. CRUD वाले में भाई देखो अगर मैं AI ऑन करूँगा ऐसे हो जाएगा वैसे मतलब तो one more thought.
Someone is asking what is your full name? My name is also Paudel, right? Sarvam
Yeah.
Paudel.
Oh, that's your
Same
friend.
as yours. Yeah.
Nice. Sandeep Paudel. We have a decent network in Nepal. Like 2-3 people reached out for the college as well.
Really?
Yeah. And everyone was like, Sargam bhaiya. That's how I came to them. Like, cool. Sargam created a network in there. All right. Timeless. Time in a bottle. ये कोई अच्छा गाना बता दो यार नहीं तो फिर मैं अपने हिसाब से बताऊंगा हाँ भाई सैफ क्या हाल है हुई मीटिंग उधर कब है गुड है मिलते हैं सॉरी मैं लाइव स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ अभी अस्सा कोड़ा कौन सा है भाई यार एक हरियाणवी गाना है मेरे दिमाग में नहीं आ रहा
Bro, that's good.
It's good?
Sujeet sound.
Oh no I mean okay चलो I'll play it थोड़ा then we'll see if we can play something else I don't know what that song is
I'm hearing this for the first time. I've heard it for thoda. So the issue has been created. Please try to solve it yourself. Issue में आप test लिखो पहले, फिर code लिखो, test लिखो, code लिखो. Simple CRUD, nothing too complicated. One complicated thing is left. Wow, the video is very nice. There's just one complicated thing which is adding Prisma. I'll add it and then it should be simple enough. उसके बाद ठीक है. Guys, listen to the first song, then another song, then we'll start coding again. ठीक है? I don't understand this song. Can't say I love this song. Someone asked any tips for test cases. You might need mocking stubs in the middle. Good thing to add if you want to. I have not added them yet, so you know figure that out. I've heard this song. It's a good song. All right. Yeah, the beat drop was good. Actually, very good. Underestimated the song. Yeah, we'll add Prisma right after this. Don't worry. इसके बाद Prisma ही add कर रहे हैं हम. We will use React Native. In fact, let me if you really want to solve a high value issue here, let me add the Figma for you guys. So if someone is good at React Native, let me create a fresh app here. So you know, own that folder and create a storybook at the very least for you know, the mobile app. So basically a package for mobile storybook where you put all the components and then use them in creating the application. I'll post the Figma in the issue as well. So let me add these folders. I'll add the Figma link here. No! Nothing complicated here. All right, what are we looking for? Figma. So let's see where the Figma link is. So this is, I think, the website. This is like the landing page. So if you're only, oh, this is the mobile app. There we go. So if someone can attempt this, great. I think it's a great starting point. So try attempting this specific workflow. Yes. I'll share the Figma link in the chat. If you can build this, then we can talk actually. If you can build this in React Native, great. But make sure you're looking at all the flows. For example, a very small, this thing is, you know, this gets pushed up. When I open the keyboard, this guy becomes smaller over here. So things like these animations, so on and so forth. So let me add the Figma link here. Is there anything else? Any other good issue? The React Native issue जो भी कर रहा है भाई, storybook, create the stories, then write the, you know, end application. It will create the onboarding flow, and if it is good, then you know, let's talk. And there is also an opening, so you know, you can join. So React Native people, please try to attempt if you want to. And my website का भी डाल देता हूँ Figma, even though that's not, I don't know if it's done. Wait, latent. Yeah, that's also here. So that's the
Website. No, that's this only. Oh, this is the website. My bad. So this should be easy for people. The front end, especially if you know Tailwind. Although you'll have to add Tailwind to the project. So whoever is doing this, let me also make sure you have a separate package called Tailwind config, where you have all the Tailwind config in a single place. All right, last song, then we'll start coding. I've added 3 issues. All right, any more questions before we proceed? Flash is also here. Any more questions? Akash is here, guys. Want to say hi? Hey everyone, Akash is here from yesterday. If you've seen his podcast, you have any questions for him? Sorry, I'll take 10 more minutes, then I'll proceed.
Addressing the hate.
Addressing the hate.
मत करो
Oh,
भाई.
इसका title. इतनी नहीं की मैंने थोड़ी बहुत. Any questions for him? He got a. भाई तुम्हें कितना आता था पहले? बहन चोद मेरी कान मार ली, सब बोल रहे हैं कि इसको तो पहले से ही आता था, इसकी तो वैसे ही लग जाती, इसने फालतू ही वेस्ट किया टाइम सुपर 30 में.
पहले से मतलब
कॉमन कॉमेंट और वन कॉमेंट इज सुपर 30 में जो भी है कि उसको तो पहले से ही आता था, उसके पैसे अब जब लग गई नौकरी तो एवरीवनस लाइक
भाई अगर पहले से आता था तो मेरी इंटर्नशिप नहीं कन्वर्ट हो जाती.
दैट इज अ गुड पॉइंट. और तुम 1.5 साल से पहले ग्रेजुएट करे थे राइट?
हाँ.
तो मतलब 1.5 साल से तुम मतलब वही मैं ये समझा रहा था कि मतलब
हाँ तो भाई मतलब आई वॉज नॉट लाइक बिल्कुल एब्सोल्यूट बिगिनर. थोड़ा बहुत तो था, मतलब आई न्यू हाउ टू कोड बट आई डेंट नो हाउ टू लाइक पुट. ये पजल था मेरे लिए बहुत सारा. आई वांटेड टू नो हाउ टू पुट पीसेस टुगेदर. तो दैट्स व्हाट आई लर्नड मोस्टली.
गॉट इट.
यहाँ मैंने कंसोल डॉट लॉग थोड़ी सीखा आगे.
ऑलराइट.
ऑफ कोर्स भाई, अब नहीं आता हो तो ऑब्वियसली जॉब भी नहीं लगेगी, तो मैं आना तो पड़ेगा ही.
एनी मोर क्वेश्चंस? एनीवन? पूछो भाई कुछ ढंग का. विल एआई टेक योर जॉब? व्हाट आर योर थॉट्स?
नहीं भाई,
In 5 years, it's possible.
मेरी जॉब पे तो बहुत डेविन को बहुत एग्रेसिवली यूज़ कर रहे हैं.
हाउ इज दैट परफॉर्मिंग? हाउ इज इट डूइंग?
छोटे मोटे टास्क कर लेता है बट इट नीड टू बी लाइक रिव्यूड लाइक रियली हेवीली.
Got it. Makes sense. Should we use Golang in big projects? Yes.
How did you build muscle memory to code? Muscle memory, like I mean, you just need to sit down, right? I learned from 𝗟𝗶𝗶𝗀𝗀, as I said in the video. I came here to dissect him how he works. So yesterday, or like a week or two ago, I was asking him what he does while he's coding alone. So he said that he thinks out loud. He speaks while he code. So maybe that's something that can help you.
Yeah, I agree. As speaking out loud when you're coding is actually a great.
You have like a lot of chaos inside your head, right? So if you put that out into words, right, it थोड़ा streamline कर देता है वो चीज़ों को.
Agreed. Any more questions? Stuck in tutorial loop, not able to create on projects. This I hear very commonly. I have no, I have no way to fix it. Build your own projects, I guess, is the best suggestion. Golang intermediate project ideas.
I think
don't like mindlessly type. Think more like when you're typing, as in, like how do you do it better. Don't just sit and like code whatever you think is the first thought inside your head. Maybe think about it more. Think about how it can be improved if the project that you're working on is like used for longer term. Maybe that's what you like, that's something that will set you apart, right? Even if you are coding like your personal project, try to think in the terms that can make it more scalable. Otherwise you won't be able to do it at work.
Agreed.
If you cannot do it in your personal project, if you cannot make your personal project scalable, how will you do it, like diving into someone else's code?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Any more questions? All right, we'll call it here. Thank you, Akash.
Thank you. काम करो, job करो.
कूल है भाई लोग, शुरू करें अब. ठीक है जी. The next part of code is going to be very fast coding. I've already opened the issue, so you should try it yourself also. The issue is this one. I guess first we have to do is, there you go. Someone already created an issue for it. Initialize Prisma in the project. So let's quickly do that. How do you initialize? Oh, oopsie daisy, sorry. How do you initialize Prisma in a monorepo? Does anyone know? We have covered this exact thing last week in the cohort, so I'm assuming it's very simple. Add a new package here called db, or call it Prisma, call it store, whatever you want to call it. In the db project, initialize package.json, so npm init-y to initialize an empty package.json. Add a tsconfig.json, which again extends standard things. We've already done them once, so extend at repo/typescript config/base.json, and add it as a dependency here. So and do a global npm install to install all the dependencies, or like link the dependencies. Then go to the db package, do a npm or pnpm add Prisma to add Prisma as a dependency. What is Prisma? Prisma is the ORM that we are using. What is an ORM? It lets you easily interact with the database. What is a database? Once you add Prisma as a dependency, do a npx Prisma init to initialize an empty schema. So Prisma/schema.prisma. Here we'll be writing the Prisma of our project, sorry, schema of our project. Before we do that, let me quickly link it to the, actually let's write the schema first, because if you don't write the schema, you all will start to build the backends for different schemas. That's not good. So let's quickly finish the schema of our project. What should it look like? We should have a users table for sure. We should have an admins table. We already decided that, if you remember. So model user, model admin. The user table will have an ID field, which is a string. By default is a UUID, and this is an ID. Username, string, phone number is what our primary key is. So number is fine, I guess. String, unique. You can't have multiple users with the same number. Name, string, and there should be a first name, last name, but here is fine. The very important thing here is going to be verified. So when a user signs up, right, we'll put an entry in the users table, but we'll set verified to be false. So we can also add, at default false. And for admins, let's do a simple username, password, login. Again, admins will be creators, comedians who will create events. So the phone number is fine. I guess phone number is fine. We'll have a similar workflow in that case. So yeah, nothing too complicated here. Admin looks exactly the same as users. There's always merit to doing this. Like, you can always have a users table which has another, a flag over here called role, which can either be admin or user, but generally a good idea to have separate tables for admins and users. Then there is going to be events. So a single event is going to have an ID. Then the name of the event
an image for the event, whatever, let's call it the banner. This will change, like every event will have more and more complicated metadata, like side image, up image, title image, description, so on and so forth. So abhi ke liye itna rakhta hai, but eventually we can make this more based on how the events page looks and what all we have to add there. What else? Model event is there, then bookings, where a single user who has made an entry for, or not an entry, a user who has made or bought a specific course. So let's call it purchase. Let's call it booking for now. Let's have another purchases table for every payment or payments table, every payment that the user makes. We'll sort of go into this table. Yeah, this gets important. Like you should have a track of all the payments. A lot of payments will not lead to bookings. If someone pays 20 minutes after they were generated a link, we will fail that payment. So payments should be tracked separately and bookings should be tracked separately. A booking will happen if a certain time has not passed and you've made the payment. But if you've made the payment after 20 minutes, then, of course, we will still receive your money. We will, of course, refund it. But we'll have an audit log in this payments table so that we know every failed transaction as well. So same, it'll have an ID. It'll have a event ID, which will again be a string. It will have a user ID, which will again be a string. And it will have a status, which could be, which will be an enum. It can either be success, fail, or pending. Let me add another thing. Let's not add that. And every booking will again be similar. Event ID, user ID, and God. The schema will get complicated because a single show can have multiple types of tickets. So, you could have a VIP, a fan pit, so on and so forth. So let's add another model called seat type. So seat type, which is valid for a specific event ID, and it will have a specific price associated with it. It will be a number or whatever, integer. What else will a seat type have? The name of the seat, like VIP, fan pit, so on and so forth, and maybe a description. Okay, with this seat, you get access to meet 𝗟𝗏𝗍𝗲 face to face. That looks good. Yeah, seat type, payment state, booking. So every booking will be for a specific type of seat. Seat type, and no, it'll be a little more complicated. I can make a single booking where I want to book one seat of VIP, one seat of fan pit, so on and so forth, right? So every booking will have a bunch of seats that this person booked. So model seat, which will have an ID, and every booking will have a bunch of seats that the user booked. So ID of the seat, the type of the seat that this user bought. This will be a seat array. So I'll come to relations very soon. Before that, let me just add this. Seat will have an ID, a type, which is seat type. Yeah, that looks, it's a model, right? So it will mostly be seat type ID. So now if you've done basic database schemas before, hopefully this is digestible. If you have not, then I totally get a lot of things are happening here. So let me talk through one of them quickly. First part, I'm assuming is simple. There's a users table and an admins table. A a user has these fields, an admin has these fields. So simple enough, nothing to complicate it here. Then there is the events table. A single admin can create an event, a single user can buy a bunch of these events. So every event should actually have a admin ID. Okay, who exactly created this event? Was it 𝗠𝘁𝗲𝗍𝗀? Was it a different comedian? So, every event will have an admin ID who generated this specific event. Booking, a user can create one or multiple bookings. A single booking will belong to a specific event and belong to a specific user. And each booking will have a bunch of seats associated with it. So that is one relationship we have to create. We haven't yet. So every booking will have a bunch of seats associated with it. You can write relationships in Prisma like this. We'll come to what relationships are very soon. But every booking, may you have a bunch of seats. So every seat has a bunch of, has a booking ID it is associated to. A seat is associated to a booking ID. नहीं समझ आया ना, मतलब ठीक है, I get this is complicated. Let's put this in a visualizer and understand it a little bit better. But whenever you make a booking, you book, let's say 5 seats, 2 VIP seats, 3 normal seats. So all of these will go over here. Okay, you have one ID over here, one entry over here for the seat ID. The reason it's, if I have 5 seats, I could have had a single row in a database with number equal to 5, but it's a good idea to do this so that every seat can have its own QR. So every seat that you buy will have a QR code associated with it, and every QR code you can stringify. So this is good because if you make a booking and you have 5 seats, you will have 5 QR codes that you can share with your friends, or you can have 5 invoices that you can share with your friends, and you all can individually enter the event. So there's a scanning machine over there, right? So that is why every booking will have multiple seats. Every seat will have a single seat type. It will have a corresponding booking ID. कि I belong to this specific booking. और कीरत ने जो करण औजला की टिकट बुक की थी, उसकी 2 सीटें ही रही ऐसा. And payments is completely separate. We have an audit log of every payment that happens. Some of these payments are corresponding to a specific booking that has been made. Some of these are just failed payments for a booking that did not succeed. And lastly, I added an enum here because payment can have only one of 3 states. So that's the high-level schema. If you want to visualize this better, there are Prisma visualizers out there, even though they don't show relationships very well, honestly. तो इसको मैं paste कर भी दूँगा तो भी कुछ समझ आएगा नहीं. But let me still show you. Yeah, I don't know if this is very easily visualizable, honestly. But okay, there you go. Something is there. Well, I haven't added any relationships, which is why, yeah, there you go. You don't see any, arrows between them. So let's add the relationships now. As you can see, there's, a line between them, right? Okay, this status is part of this enum, which looks like this. There are a lot of relationships here as well. Every booking has an admin ID. Kahan gayi? Sorry, every event has an admin ID, right? That should show an arrow over here. That arrow does not come right now because I haven't described this relationship. I haven't told Prisma this admin ID is a foreign key over here. What are foreign keys? Read SQL. But the way to define relationships in SQL is through these foreign keys. So that is why it's a good idea for us to do the following. Sorry, one important message came that I should look at. Live stream until 6 a.m. Can do tomorrow. All right. So I have the schema. The one thing that's missing here is relationships. So let's quickly add relationships here. Very common thing. So this is how you define schemas. You first principles से think अच्छा ये होगा, and then you have to define how they're related to each other. You can work without that as well, but it's a bad idea. It's always a bad idea to not define relationships between tables. So for multiple reasons, foreign keys give you some strictness to the database, which is a good idea. So which is why we're going to define relationships now. User has no relationships. Abhi, we'll see where they come. Admin has no relationships. Event is created by an admin ID. So we'll define our first relationship here. Okay. Each event has an admin, and each admin has a bunch of events that they might have created. So here is an event array. Here is, okay, every event will have an admin, and you have to specify how are these fields related. At relation fields, the admin ID here references the ID field over here. So this is the first relationship that I've defined. What I've said is every admin can have multiple events that they've created, and every event will have a single admin. It's a one-to-many relationship. Now, if I copy this new schema and paste it here, you will notice there is this new relationship that has been added, right? Event has an admin, which points to this event array over here, or if this is just Prisma visualization. In actuality, you just have an admin ID over here. Oh, खाना आया भाई. Hello. हाँ जी सर, सेकंड फ्लोर पे आ गए. आ रहे हैं सर. फूड आया भाई. फूड इज. हाँ 7th floor. मैं वहीं खड़ा है, लिफ्ट पे खड़ा है मेरे नाम से. So this is the first relationship that we have added. Now we can describe all the relationships. These all databases are connected to each other through some fields, right? I've just described one over here, but you can add more. It's always a good idea. उसके बिना भी काम चल जाएगा आपका, but it's a good idea to do what I'm doing over here. So let's quickly do that. Every booking has an event ID, which means every event will have multiple bookings. Booking array. And every booking will have a event that it is associated to. At relationship fields, event ID references the ID field over. That's another relationship that I've added. Every booking will have a corresponding user. So user, which is of type user, and every user will have multiple bookings. Each user can book a 𝗟𝗳𝗲𝗿𝗀 event, can book a 𝗟𝗶𝗸𝗀𝗀 event. So every user will have multiple bookings. It could of course be empty, like they could have an empty array of bookings, which means they have not booked on the platform yet. And here also you have to define the relationship fields. User ID references the ID field over. That's done. Yeah, I think now if you visualize this, as you can see, more arrows have been added, or more relationships have been created through our schema, in our schema. So as we keep doing this, you'll see how all the databases are connected amongst each other. Is there no dark mode here? No, not you. No dark mode. All right. Let's finish the rest of them. Every seat has a seat type ID, so it will have every seat will be of a specific seat type. Every seat type can have multiple seats. So again, this will be a seat type at relation fields seat type ID references ID field नीचे, and यहाँ पे होगा every seat type will have multiple seats, which will be of type seat array. All right. Seat type ID, booking ID. So every seat will be associated to a booking could have multiple seats. अभी जैसे बताया था, I could book 5 seats for my friends. So every booking can have multiple seats का array, and every seat is associated to a booking ID. So it will have a booking, which is again a relationship between the booking ID here, which references the ID field over. All right. That is done. Event ID is done. User ID is done. Events user, seats ho gayi, seat type ID is done. Booking ID is done. This looks fine. Every payment is associated to an event. That is true. You can't really pay unless you're doing it for an event. So every payment audit log will also have relationships. User of type user at relation fields user ID references the ID field of the users table, and then every will also have an event. Here there will be event ID. And now if I go to the events table, I have to add a payments array here. Every event could have multiple payments, some failed, some successful, and every event could have every user could have multiple payments. Again, some failed and some successful. So these are pages people want to see. Like our website will have a existing transactions page where you can come and see all of your payments, and existing booking pages where you can come and see all of your existing bookings, so on and so forth. So this is the final schema that I've written, and this is how you can visualize it basically in a visualizer like this one. So hard. Yeah, you get the idea. initially we had just the tables. Now we have some relationship between the table. And a good idea to understand relationships, if you come from the SQL world, is just foreign keys. For example, if I now generate a database, for example, let me start a database locally. Let me start it in cloud if you're following along. So what you can do is you can go to 𝗠𝘁𝗲𝗃 and get yourself a database. So log into 𝗠𝘁𝗃. I already have one from last week that I'm going to delete and create a new one. I don't want to, I mean, it's fine. What I was saying was I don't want to create one on stream. You guys will conflict with my database. You guys will start to use my database. But I think not a lot of you are following along. So I think I'll be fine. I'm going to call my app latent backend. I'm going to create this project and copy the Postgres URL from here into my .env file. So this .env file is where you're expected to paste your, actually let me do it off stream here so that, you guys can't see my database URL. Even if you see it, it's fine for now. Like this is a temp DB URL. Eventually in prod, we won't have this. So I've updated the .env file and pasted my, oh, you guys can already see it, so it doesn't matter. So let me refresh the password and then do the changes again. So you guys can't see the password, and that's a good idea, I think. So let's see, how do you change the password here? Reset password. All right, close it, copy it, and I'm going to paste it in my .env file. I'm doing it off screens just so that you guys can't see the password right now. There's no other reason. Even if you see the password, it's fine. All right. Whenever you initialize Prisma, the first thing you do, initialize your schema. Second thing you do, I showed it on screen. It doesn't matter. And then you migrate the database. So how do you migrate? What does migrating mean? Migrating means, okay, you are, as the name suggests, migrating a database. My database right now does not have any tables. If you look at it, it's completely empty. To add tables over here, user table, bookings table, all the schema that I wrote, Prisma does the heavy work of converting my schema into a bunch of SQL files. And those SQL commands or whatever applied, and you finally see the table over here. So after this migrate command succeeds is when we will see a few tables over here. This is standard, workflow you have to follow if you're using Prisma. Let me also commit what I have so that you guys can update DB. Look at the code and the things that have changed. So if you look at the latest commit right now, or if you look at the code, you'll be able to see a new package called DB, inside which I've added my schema over here. It has a users table, it has an admin table, so on and so forth. This is the heavy part, right? This is the part that's very hard for an AI to replace, because you design your schema yourselves. You design your relationships yourself. So it depends on you how you want to design your schema. There are 1,000 schemas that will do the same thing or work for this specific application. So, how normalized you want to make it, how many relationships you want to add, if you want to shove things together, is all that depends on you. So, this one part is, definitely where you need to build a lot of intuition and understand relationships, and, everything can be built in a one-to-many, many-to-many, many-to-one, one-to-one relation. So, अगर ये नहीं हो पा रहा है अभी, that means you're missing CS. If you're one of those people who's like, यार, I know one stack but not getting a job, have you ever tried designing a schema? If not, do it. Try designing schemas for complicated apps like these, and that's a good signal of how much coding you know. All right, my database migration has happened. What that means is a bunch of SQL has been generated for me. For example, create table user, create table admin, create table events, and a bunch of foreign keys. Alter table this thing, add this foreign key from this table to this table. So this all SQL was generated by when I ran npx prisma migrate, and it also migrated my database. What that means is now if I go to 𝗠𝘁𝗃, I can see a bunch of these empty tables that have been created. Now I'll start to shove data in there through my HTTP layer, but that's how you create a database. Ideally, you should do it locally, but if you don't have time, energy to start a database locally or Postgres locally, just get one from cloud. This one's free. And just migrate it and go from there. Okay, ji. Database is done. The only thing that's left is, can we use our database in our admin front end, HTTP backend, so on and so forth? We don't have to use it in front end. We're not using Next.js API routes. So our front end will never use the database, only our backend would. So for that reason, we can do a very simple export of our database from here. If we were using Next.js, then I can't do what I'm doing right now. If you were using Next.js, then you would have to do something similar to what is happening in CMS, which is this. You'll have to write some code that looks like this. इसको समझना बाद में क्या होता है. If you're using Next.js with Prisma, you have to write this. If you're using Next.js with HTTP or whatever, Express or Node.js, then you're fine. So what you have to do here is, number one, generate the Prisma client, npx Prisma generate. What this does is it generates, if you look at the logs, it clearly says, generated Prisma client over here. So it generates some files for you, and now you can import that specific files that it has created for you. Export client equal to new Prisma client. All right. This was all that was needed. Now we have a fresh module called @repo/db, where I have a index.ts file from where I'm exporting a Prisma client. This client is what I will import everywhere here, and talk to my database. 𝗟𝗶𝗸𝗀𝗀, why did you do it separately? Why did you not do it here? Because we need the database client to be in 10 different places, like our admin front, HTTP backend. In the future, we'll add the worker backend, so on and so forth. A lot of places where we have to add this, which is why not the best idea to do have the Prisma folder directly in here. You should have it separately as a package and import the package everywhere else. So I'm going to go to my HTTP backend package.json and add a new dev dependency now. One thing I've missed. One more thing you have to do when you're creating packages is you have to export whatever you want your package to export. So one thing you have to do is go to package.json, add a new section here called exports, and export the ./source/index.ts as client. So I'll come to what this means, but if you've ever gone through a TurboRepo tutorial, you probably know what this is. Whenever you create a package, you have to export that package explicitly in package.json, which is what I'm doing here. Now, if I go to apps/http backend/package.json and add a new dependency @repo/db, the database package I have created, I've exported things from there. I'm going to package.json, adding a new dependency in HTTP backend to that DB package. What that will do is, if I do a global pnpm install, I will get that dependency here @repo/db comes as a dependency in HTTP backend. So now I can go to my whatever source routes user.ts, import client from @repo/db/client. तो @repo/db is the name of my package. If you remember, db package का नाम क्या था? db package का नाम था @repo/db, and I'm exporting @/client this specific file, which is how I can import it over here. @repo/db/client is exporting this client variable. If I hover over it, it reaches this specific file where I wrote the Prisma client or exported the Prisma client. And now life is simple, right? All I have to do is client.user.create. And whatever, phone number, data, phone number is phone number, there you go. Or we can clean the schema, or at the very least this, and call this number. And it gives me an error. I think I have to pass in the name. So let me make the name optional for now. Let me go back to the schema and let me make name optional, or @default empty string, or you can name it anonymous if you want. Either is fine, but that way, even if I don't pass in the name over here, I won't see a type error. So I have added a default field here. I have to remigrate my database. So I will have to run another command called packages db migrate dev name db, or whatever, made name optional, because that's sort of what I'm doing. This will migrate my database and make the field optional in the database as well, or not optional really. Like this won't really do anything in the database, I think. No, it will create a new SQL command that will default the string to be an empty string. But more than that, when I run the next command, which is generating the client, it will fix this type error that I'm seeing. I mean, it's expecting me to give name over here. I don't have any name. I could have also done this. That would have also worked. Actually, let's just proceed with that. but I've also added a default name in case I don't pass it. All right. So that is done, and यहाँ पे I can simply return the user ID. So const user equal to await this thing, and यहाँ पे I can run user ID. अब यहाँ पे problem क्या है? What is the one big problem here? It is that people might come, put their phone number, leave the app. After 2 days, might again put the phone number. Second time when they sign up, this will crash because it will try to create a new user. So what do we have to do here? We have to do a create. Okay, how do you create or return? Find or create. Prisma find or create. That's what we want. So we want, if it exists, then return me it. If it doesn't exist, then put it in the database and then return it to me. I think 𝗟𝗶𝗸𝗀𝗀. Upsert where this thing create this thing. All right. So I don't want to insert. I want to upsert. If it already exists, if it doesn't exist, then create it like this, where number is this thing. Create this thing, update, do nothing basically. There we go. So this is a better thing to do. Don't do create. If you do create, first time the user signs up, goes to their app, puts their phone number, clicks on submit, sign up request goes, OTP goes, the user leaves the application for some reason. Next day they come back, signs up again, this will crash. This request will not be able to insert again, which is why we're doing an upsert. What does upsert do? If it does not exist, insert. If it does exist, return. So we get the user, return the user ID, and one extra thing we have to do here is send OTP to user. This is going to be a difficult bit. Here we'll have to deal with Twilio and look at their APIs and understand how you send this OTP over the wire. So let's wait for it. Let's finish the sign-in endpoint first. And we also have to do this only in a specific case. So if process.env. What was the env variable we were pushing? Node underscore env is not equal to production. Is equal to production. Only if we're running the application in production should we send an OTP to the user. Otherwise, we shouldn't. If we're running it locally, if we're running tests, no need to send the OTP. It'll just rack up your Twilio bills. So this should only run during prod mode and not run during dev mode. Now comes the ugly bit of figuring out OTPs. Before that, get the phone number. Saying यहाँ पे just set the user to be verified. Actually यहाँ पे name भी आएगा, phone number आएगा ही, and what the other thing that will come is the name. तो यहाँ पे I can do a client.user.update where number is this thing. Set the name and set verified to be true basically. That means the user has verified themselves by giving us their OTP. So we know for a fact that they have this is their phone number and so on and so forth. So just update it and return them their token. So now we have to add apps http backend pnpm install JSON web token at types / JSON web token import JWT from JSON web token, and then here you can do a const user ID equal to await this thing. Make this function async and return the token here where the token is generated like this. There are a bunch of flaws here. There are better ways to do token generation. This is a very infinitely available token. You should have expiries, you should have refresh tokens, so that if your token gets leaked, people can't keep re-logging in. So I wouldn't call this the best approach to generate tokens for an app like Latent, where you know that you're going to have a lot of traffic. So we should change this eventually to some sort of access refresh token pattern, so that if your tokens get leaked, you're still fine, and we can revoke your tokens if need be. All right, jwt.sign user ID and JWT password. Where JWT password for now I'm going to export from a config.ts file. Export const JWT password equal to process.env.jwt underscore password or 123 random. Import it from there, sign the token and return it to the end user. Simple enough. Only thing that's left now is sending OTP to the user, where we have to use the Twilio API. So, bunch of things there. But before we get there, git add triple dot git commit added sign up endpoint db calls and then whatever send OTP to user. We will add the Twilio thing. Let's do a break. How's it going? I have to drink coffee. Do you guys understand what's happening right now? Someone said, don't fool us, you are an AI who's typing and talking like an AI. The keyboard is the Keychron Q3. Very small break here, guys, 10-minute break, then we'll proceed. Oh, this is yours, I think.
Which one is mine?
I think that's yours. I just ordered coffee. Wait, they're both cold, bhai. Sorry. I think I ordered.
No, good.
Good? Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you ordered coffee. That's yours. Understood? All righty. Simple enough. Bro, pass leak. Yeah, that would be nice. No, why don't you get into my GitHub and commit some flashy random things on Ubuntu's code base? That would be nice.
Better.
Good. Can you pass me that as well? There's some. I ordered something for you as well. I think that's croissant something. You like croissants? Croissant.
No.
I ordered 2. You don't want one?
You have extra.
Yeah, I ordered 2. That's mine. That's yours. All right, guys. Any distributed locks required? There might be. Not in the current approach we're taking. But you can think of another, Redis plus database approach where you might need one. All right. Any more questions, guys? We'll take a 5-minute break. I do like Red Bull, but trying to cut down. Abhishek Tomar, are you Abhishek from Super 30? This is called Keycaster, the thing that shows my keys in the bottom left. So, okay, quick 101. What you see is not my GitHub password. It is the password to my SSH key. What is an SSH key? It lets you do passwordless login, bunch of things. Lets you go into a database. It's a way to identify yourself to a server. You can generate one without a password. It's a bad idea though. If someone over here comes and steals it from my laptop, then I'm screwed. That's why there's extra addition of this password on top. Now you know my password. You still need my SSH key to do anything with it. That I'm not showing, right? I'm not avoiding just pick one. No, they're very similar. Like just, the command that you're running is different. Podcast with Varuna would be very nice. I'll try to get in touch. Any more questions, guys, before we proceed? React Native, I think the earlier the better. Actually, the React Native part is owned by someone else, so I'll actually refer you there if you're able to build it well. But yeah, I mean, we're on a clock. Honestly, 21st was the launch date, or is the launch date, which is very close. Yeah, you should contribute. I'll create issues. Like the most actionable issues, honestly, are anything that I'm not coding today. So anything front-end related. If you can create the landing page, great. If you are creating it, make sure it's structured well. You're using Storybook, adding stories everywhere, so on and so forth. So yeah, that I would suggest that. Pump when very soon. Very soon. Oh, Chaitanya's here. It's not just practice now, no. So just it doesn't matter. Use whatever ORM you want. Don't use an ORM. Doesn't really matter too much. There are no more Super 30s coming, so there's no criteria anymore. Earlier it was a one-on-one where I would look at the code base. But that's the best. That's not the best way to judge people I've seen. Online, very hard to tell. Offline, you can tell. I think Rust went soon. I was reading through a blog post yesterday. If you guys don't already follow the Rust subreddit. It's really good. Someone posted it yesterday. I remember it was a very controversial statement. The top.
Using Rust, right?
Casing Rust is.
Tokyo, right? With Tokyo.
Or yeah, whichever runtime. But yeah, would be good. If you get as comfortable as me in Mern, basically don't stop. Move to Golang or Rust. It's very, very important to keep upgrading, and these languages have their own benefits, which you'll see in the long run. There are some things you can't really build on, should not really build in Node. At the very least, you should use Golang. DevOps is starting this week in cohort 3. Provided I don't know. I'll probably do Accelerator this week again. We didn't complete Accelerator last week. So probably complete Accelerator this week and then DevOps. We have a bunch of full stack project things to go through, topics to go through still, but I should start DevOps. It's been 6 months now. A lot of DevOps people are waiting. Saturday star seeds. All right. Let's take that recommendation. I don't know what that is. I don't hate it.
Give the toughest idea of a project.
I'm not going to look at my Neon DB. I know you guys have put something weird there. I will look at it off screen. I know. You can't fool me. Let's see. What did you guys put in my Neon DB right now? Refresh. Looks decent. Someone did migrate on top of me, but nothing controversial here. Okay, back to screen. How to do Twitch level optimizations in WebSockets? What a great question. How to do Twitch level optimizations in WebSockets? How do you build an incredibly scalable application or WebSocket?
What is like the thing that is like Twitch level optimized? Like the stream is very optimized.
No, it's like the frequency of messages is really high.
Frequency of?
Messages is really high. The standard distributed approach you guys understand. There's a blog post by Discord on how they scale their WebSocket servers.
Oh, I know. They use different that.
Elixir.
Yeah, that is like 40% or somewhat like smaller, like payload sizes. So they send some GPs, client will decode. Again, like server will again do that same, right?
Yeah. So, what differentiates a Twitch from a simple chat app? It's that the frequency of messages in Twitch is really high. There are thousands of rooms, all of which are having, let's say, I don't know, some 100 messages a second, which you have to distribute to 10,000 people. Though you definitely can't go away with one server. You need multiple servers. You need all of them communicating with each other. But more than that, you need beyond a point. Basically, there's a very common approach to scale WebSocket servers, which is have a centralized layer that's relaying messages and have a bunch of WebSocket messages in WebSocket servers in front. That is the standard approach. What you can add on top is how do you decrease the payload size? How do you make sure at that point it matters how small your messages are. So the standard answer there is, don't use JSON, use protobufs. Or something even smaller, write your own protocol, make your message as small as possible. And make your message really small, bring your servers closer to the user. So there's a lot of infra challenges there, other than, of course, building it the way you're building it. All right. Shall we proceed, guys? Has anyone built the backend endpoints of 4 pull requests already? Let's see. All right. Let's see if someone's done what we wanted to be done. Yeah, that's not happening. This is a JavaScript file that you added, sir. Very, very bad. If you add Twilio, that would be nice. The same as what I had already. All right. Oh, you written tests in Jest. That's nice. Yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, so no database call. So all pretty simple PRs. I think I can close all 4 of them right now. Cool. Let's proceed, guys. Twilio. Been a while since I've used Twilio API for messaging. Let me first sign in. I think I have some credits, but I don't know if they have some verification process that we might have to go through.
They do. I mean, they are quite SendGrid, right?
They have?
They are quite SendGrid.
SendGrid, yeah.
SendGrid is now a Twilio project.
Right.
And their authentication is so good.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not too hopeful that we'll be able to get, we'll be able to get OTPs running today, but might get lucky. 198773. What I'm doing is going through my Twilio console and trying to see how they let you do, messaging. I think it's, yeah, something along those lines of you have to create a phone number, which I think we already have one. Yeah, so now comes the messaging service, Super Labs messages. Seems like we've already added a few things. Like I did not, someone else was using this. I wish he was here. I think he's not here right now. How do you do messaging in Twilio? Super Labs messages. Seems like this is for incoming messages. Messaging in Twilio Node.js SDK. Oh, you can send MMSs as well. That's cool. So buy a number with SMS capabilities. That's probably going to happen. Here, active numbers, it does have SMS capabilities. Okay, pnpm install Twilio. Import Twilio, import secrets. That sounds, so it looks simple enough. Unsure if we have the right, whatever, permissions on our account level, but let's try it out. Let's create the worst folder name ever utils. Let's add twilio.ts here. Import Twilio from Twilio. And yeah, that looks decent. Create message. Let's take the message body as the input, which is a string, and to, which is a string, and send the body. And from is the only variable. That needs to change a bit. By the way, I think I was a little harsh in the PRs. All the PRs are very good. Depending on where you are, and keep at it. Basically, is what I will say. Yeah. All right. Create message body is saying from would be the phone number that we already had, which is this one right here. And send message is what I will call in routes slash user slash over here await send message the number and your OTP for logging into latent is TOTP. What am I missing here? Why is this wrong, guys? Can anyone tell me? Why? What should I do? Why didn't my Spidey sense tingle when I was writing this?
What?
Oh, it's
lag, that's why.
it's what?
You are speaking to us, but in screen it's
Oh,
not
okay.
there yet.
Got it. Yeah. But you know, Sargam.
I go to OTP for logging. We are checking production, right?
Yeah, that's fine. That's good.
How is that good?
When only production should send a message, right?
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's fine. Oh, it's templated strings basically. Like eventually, a lot of people will be selecting Hindi as their language, so you should receive the message in Hindi and not English. You get that?
We need internalization.
We need internalization. Exactly. And if you don't do that right now, we don't have all of the strings in a single place. Then when you add it later, you have to go through the whole code base, find all the strings, replace them. So it's a good idea to, when you're starting your application, just keep all of these, templated strings in a separate file, so that whenever you add internationalization, that's Hindi, English, Punjabi, these languages that the server is going to send OTPs in, you just have to, add those literals in a file, and you don't have to go through your whole code base and figure out all of these literals. It's a pain to migrate to internationalization basically. So yeah, cool. Try.
How will you get which language does the user wants OTP?
That's a great question. So you usually set that as the part of the cookie. Whenever the user so every request that they're sending in the cookie, they'll have a language preference.
Initially logging.
Oh, initially you just assume it to Hindi, assume it to English, or onboarding when you let the user select. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Choose your language.
Choose your language. Rest.status for or whatever 500.json message could not send OTP. Again, another literal string that should be part of a different file. All right, everything is cool. Let's see if it works. One thing I have to do is add a top level .env file where I'm going to introduce my Twilio credentials. So I think I already have them in WhatsApp. I've already sent it. Okay, sorry, my bad. Sent it to like the other person who was working on it. Why do I keep doing this? Okay, you guys saw nothing abhi tak to. All right. So
also there is like them mode in Twilio. That will only send it to your account, so you don't need to worry about that.
Okay.
Similar to result.
Got it. Twilio. Okay, I can't find it in WhatsApp, so I am going to pretty much create a new whatever API secrets. Let me move this off screen. Oh wow, yeah, there was some personal information here I did not want to expose. All right, preferences, overview, email, phone number. How do I create? So SID I found, token I need to find. I moved everything off screen. Social sign-in, preferences, admin.
Actually, I can search through my WhatsApp for this specific SID and I'll probably find it. Nope. Twilio home. My first video account. Hold on. That look like a different ID. All right. And how do I get my auth token? Account management, that's probably it. API keys and tokens. Create API key. Oh, there you go. Test auth token. There's some auth token here, but it says test. Blah, blah. Oh, there you go. It's a real auth token. Live credentials. ठीक है जी. Found it. Pasted it. Closed the file and hoped. Can I never open this on screen again? So I've updated this .env file to have the credentials. Let me add a .git ignore here, which has .env, so that I don't commit it by mistake. Let me also add a .env.example where I'm going to add, the two environment variables that we need. That's this, and I think that should be good. Let's see if one more thing I have to do is add .env. So pnpm add .env and go to index.ts at the very top, add a .config. All right, now my env variable should get parsed and whatever picked up over here. So I should hopefully be sending a message to my number now. Let's see. If I do a pnpm run dev, if I open Postman, it's already started. So let me stop. All right, that is running. Let me replace this with my own number. So +91. Oh, sorry, off screen. 60. All right, let's see if that happens. Send. Could not send OTP, so that failed. Let's try to log the message. Oh, I'm already logging it. Why don't I see? Okay, so this crashes with an exception basically.
The keylogger was there.
Nothing new. Nothing I haven't already shared with the world. So. Oh God. Time to turn off WhatsApp for a bit. 1 second. Yeah, closed it. This is failing, so I probably don't have some access. But I was logging message. Okay, so this is throwing an exception basically. So let's put this inside a try. Catch and log the exception. And let's see what's up. And if this does happen, I'm still going to throw. So throw. Alrighty, let's try that out one more time. As I said, nothing you guys haven't seen. So I can actually bring Postman up front, even though I'm not going to. I mean, one thing might be I'm adding a +91. Okay, there you go. We have a good error to look at. Open. We templated initial, but the two phone numbers was not a valid phone number. Formatted plus country code, subscriber number, including area. So that's exactly what I added. Unless you need a space here and here. Plus, is there a space here? Give me an example. But I did not add any. Okay, hold on. When we were sending from, what did the format look like from the docs? Oh, there were spaces. No, there weren't spaces. Yeah, there weren't any spaces. Phone number. That looks right. Anyone know what I'm missing? Do just check the arguments. Did I? Oh, am I swapping arguments? Body and two.
Probably you need a space between that, right?
I don't think so. Oh,
Okay, no.
thank you, sir. No, I was missing. I was passing the wrong arguments. Someone in chat told me.
Oh,
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yup. Yup. Sorry about that. I know it's frustrating when you know the answer and the other person is going in this direction. All right, send. That looks very good. Very good, very good. And I have received a message. Let me show you guys. The message says, if you guys cannot read, the message says your OTP for logging into latent is whatever the OTP is. So that was easier than I was hoping it would be. So take a good sign up done, sign in done. Yeah, perfect. Now I received another message, surprisingly. I know my keylogger was on. Cool. So stop calling me. I know you guys are very smart and have my number, but let's not do this. Verify. So what I have to do now is go to Postman and send a sign-in request and hope that, well, the OTP won't be valid anymore. So let me quickly try the sign-up flow on a side machine so you guys don't see my number, but I'm sending a sign-up request that will send an OTP. I'm going to send a sign-in request with the phone number, the OTP, which is what I received on my phone. I'm also logging it, so it doesn't matter. 617993, 617933, I think. And name, I'm going to give myself Akira. Oh, this is not sign in, this is sign up / verify. User / sign up / verify. So I'm hitting this endpoint now with the right OTP and I get back a token. So, this is what the response that I got back. I can't show it because I have my phone number there. But this is the response that I got back, which means when I go to / sign up / verify, I am able to, sign in or get back a token and, I can do whatever I want with the token. Now comes the easiest bit, which is the sign in endpoints. Can we quickly build them? There should be a sign in endpoint and a sign in verify endpoint, which will pretty much be the same. The sign in endpoint needs to do what? The sign in endpoint needs to generate an OTP, get the phone number, generate an OTP. Doesn't have to do any of this. Just needs to be rate limited a little bit. I haven't done that yet. We'll do that soon. And here I can simply send message, OTP sent, and then / sign in / verify is going to do what? It doesn't need the name anymore, just needs the number and the OTP.
They actually, don't you think both of the endpoint will be same?
They're very similar. One doesn't have a bunch of database calls, but other than that, yes, very similar.
Yeah.
Line 1. Yeah, this one generated the token now, and I think I saw a bug in verify. This will be user, and this will be user.id. All right, time to write the tests. We have made sure, one thing we have to make sure is the OTP defaults to something else in dev mode. So I'll add another function in utils called export function get OTP request
process.env.node_env equal to production return rec dot body dot totp else return thing, and in both the places I'm going to do const OTP equal to get OTP rec comma, yeah, it's good enough, and I'm going to replace this with OTP oh fuck, yeah, this won't work. Yeah, we need more dev prod logic now. Yeah, you don't need this function anymore. Sorry, get rid of this.
You could have just like made like on dev mode verified token would not check, right?
Yeah, that's a better approach. Whatever, cleaner approach. OTP is this sign in pay. Sorry, sign up, verify, pay. And one thing we have to do is if process.end._env equal to production, and so here is some code repetition that you guys should fix. This verified token only needs to happen once. Yeah, this sign up shouldn't be sign up. It should probably be user or something like that. Generate token plus number, verify token plus sign up, and yeah. Const sign up underscore pad equal to or whatever. Underscore TOTP underscore padding equal to. Oh wow. What's a bug here?
I cannot see. Lag.
Oh, but forget everything. Was this good or the thing that I had done?
Where?
Here.
TOTP equals to generate token number plus sign up. Oh, there is bug in this line.
Is there? Yeah, but is there like a security vulnerability here?
Security bounty.
Security vulnerability. So OTP generation ऐसे करना है भाई कि जब sign up endpoint आप hit करते हो, we generate an OTP for you, and I'm generating the OTP like this and sending it to the user. I'm using this function from an external library.
Yeah.
And passing it an input. It takes the input and hashes it to a number.
Okay.
Every 30 seconds that number changes. इसमें कुछ time का भी factor होता है. So what am I missing here?
What are you missing? Like the phone number is valid, invalid, that's it.
No, something more. Go on. Security थोड़ा सा infosec.
Why is it like there? No, looks good. I don't know. Is that line only mistake? Like there is only the problem there only. No idea.
Someone messaged.
Hello. Ignore.
Anyone in chat know?
Oh yeah. Is it security key?
A secret key, yeah. Basically, if you run the same logic on your machine, you'll get the same OTP. You can get an OTP for any user in my application.
Oh, okay. I see. Yeah.
So there should be another secret in here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I thought like sign up was itself a secret.
That's not a secret. It's like public thingy, right? It is sort of a secret, but
Yeah, because like
our code base is open source, so it isn't.
okay, that makes sense.
All right. There we go. Yeah, that's much better. And I should probably create my own function, honestly. यहाँ पे.
What is like TOTP? Is it like different?
Yeah, it's just this time-based OTP.
All right, that's good. Verification would be very similar. Export function verify token number and type. Number plus type plus TOTP secret. All right. Cool. I think that should do it. We made it a little more secure than it was. And we've completed the sign up and the sign in points. Now I'm not going to test it manually. I'm going to write the tests for them. So if I go to user.spec.ts, we had a sign up endpoints thingy. We'll have a sign in endpoint thingy where I'm going to send a request to /sign in with my phone number. That will send the OTP. Then I'll send this thing. Response to data token not to be null. And this should not throw. We don't need it. That we only have like success tests. We need better test cases. Because there's a bunch of branches we aren't testing. If you look at the coverage of this code base, it will probably not be the best. But we can't even get the coverage of this code base. My bad. We're hitting HTTP endpoints. There's no way for us to know if what branches we're covering. We're not really executing code. So ठीक है. Sign up endpoints. This should be called sign in works as expected. Yeah, it will be very hard for us to stub as well. This weird approach of testing that we've taken so that this code base can test a Golang backend also, a Node.js backend also, a Rust backend also will cause a bunch of problems. Specifically, we won't be able to mock a bunch of requests. As I said, this is very close to a end-to-end test. So whenever you're starting the backend, you have to start it with the database, and so you can't really mock a bunch of functionality. That would be nice if we weren't writing tests this way. Okay, sign up is done. Sign in is done. Let's test it out. CD packages tests and npm run test. That's taking a long time. That means we have a problem. Go to the backend. Address already in use. Okay, something failed. Yeah, that's a problem. Seems like it crashed the backend. So that shouldn't happen. But I did an upsert. Why did that crash the backend? Let's run it one more time. npm run test. Go back to the backend and it crashed. Where ID and number present. All right. Create.
अब सर्ट पे नंबर है तो भाई डॉट फोन नंबर भेजा है और यहाँ पे क्या गया है, अच्छा यहाँ पे नंबर जा रहा है अब। तो आई थिंक नंबर ही रखते हैं भाई हर जगह, दैट्स गुड। लेट्स रिप्लेस फोन नंबर विद नंबर एवरीवेयर, दैट इज व्हाट इज एक्सपेक्टेड even during sign up and during sign up and oh sorry sign up verify, यहाँ पे भी we have to send the number, that is going to be phone number 1 and sign in. Yeah, so one thing we should do in sign in now, wow I missed that also. We should check if the user exists or not. So if user doesn't exist, oh we are throwing over here, that's good, but we are sending the no we're not. This endpoint, yeah, we should check if the user exists or not with that phone number. If they don't, we should throw right then and there. So this is fine. Find first or throw. Yeah, that looks decent. And the only thing is we should add a global catch app.use. Oh, see Daisy. App.use this thing. Request response error. Okay, what was the problem again? Why would we throwing? Yeah, this should throw because if the user already doesn't exist in the database, then we should get back a 500 status code, or a better status code. वैसे तो पर चलो, this is fine for now. So in the tests now, I can add another test. Spec okay. Sign in doesn't work for user that doesn't exist in the database. Doesn't work for user who doesn't exist in DB. Plus 1, 2, 3. If I send a sign in request, I want it to throw. So what was the syntax for throwing? Expect to throw. So expect not to throw. Async. Cool. I've written a few more tests. Okay, if I send a sign-in request with an invalid number or a number that doesn't exist in the database, this should, fail. We should add a bunch of Zod validations. I haven't added them yet. If I do, then I'll add a few more tests for those Zod validations. But let's start the backend and then let's run the tests one more time. Again, the tests are taking a long time. And Twilio happened. Hold on. Why am I sending requests to Twilio when I run npm run dev, which
don't think it should change anything, but let's do this still. HTTP backend is up. Let's try to run the tests again. They're failing like crazy. That means the backend is going to crash again. Why is it sending Twilio requests? I've missed something obvious in sign in, I think. Equal to production only, then send this production and this thing. What am I missing? Oh, chat is dead. What am I missing, guys? Something obvious I've missed. Tests are failing. I know you guys can already see it. So why should I spend time on it? ये क्या मम्मी डिस्कशन चल रही है भाई? App reduce has no URL. No one is going to help me, so I have to help myself. Sign in, verify. What was happening? Backend is up. When I run the tests, this sign request is expected to throw, probably does throw. As soon as I run the tests, this thing fails. But the funny thing is it fails with a Prisma dot code found none. That is fine. That should have been fine. That should have also been caught. The bigger question is, why am I still calling Twilio with this number that looks like my number only? Do I have this in my database? Oh, I do. Okay. So why is the control reaching here at all? Look at the call stack, user.js, this thing. If process.env is equal to production, so you're telling me I'm running it in production mode? Which endpoint is this? Sign in. So if I go to user.ps and look at the sign in, right? How is it even reaching here if this is crashing? For the second test makes sense. Cool. Inside send message. Let's try that one more time. Did any of you change the credentials to the database? Oh God, I can't believe I'm spending this much time on sign up and sign in. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, I'm missing something very obvious here. Send message, where are you being used? Two places. Check hai. Check hai. Both the places I have a check. Console log env is something. तो ये log क्यों नहीं हुआ भाई? Oh God. I failed somewhere in adding the global catch. I'll debug it. Let me just add this inside a try catch for now. Status. We can also give it a better status code this time. Message user invalid. All right. pnpm run dev and pnpm. Sorry, rerun the tests. It's taking too long. env's production. Why? Inside send message. Why is env production? When I do a pnpm run dev, I set node env equal to dev and do an npm runs. Fuck. I'm such an idiot. All right. Oh, wait. Oh, that's fine. So env is dev, that's good. One pass, that's good. Two of them are still failing, backend is fine. Expected to throw an error, did not throw an error. Phone number 1, which is this thing. Sign up, that sends an OTP. Sign up, verify, that lets you verify. Why is the sign-in request failing with phone number 1? And it is working with phone number 2. That's very weird. Look at the code base. pnpm run dev should put some logs to make sure. So sign in is failing when it shouldn't and not failing when it should. So let's do a console.log number and then after number start the backend. Start the tests and wait for it. It'll fail most probably. Oh wow. Alrighty. This time it's probably not connecting to the database. This is a phone number and then it failed. Why did it fail for this phone number? Considering we've already signed up for this phone number. Can't reach database. So that's just the database being flaky. That's why you should run databases locally. Try it one more time. Failed again. Yeah, failed again with the same thing. Either one of you is messing up with the database or Neon is being Neon, which happens from time to time. Let's see. Oh, my internet is also very slow. Probably one of the reasons. Why is my internet so slow? How are you guys seeing my video? The internet is so slow. Or Neon is messing, I don't know. How is it going? Looking at chat for a bit. My phone number is not real, that's why. You are not hitting that. You're not sending the phone number and sign in verify endpoint test. Am I not? You are right, I think. Sign in, I am sending it. Sign in verify, I am not sending it. So this is one good thing to observe. That probably fixes this one. Here I am sending it. This was not crashing for some reason, which is very weird.
And okay, Neon is back. Let's look at the users table. Yeah, that looks decent. npm run dev, start the backend, run the tests. At least one thing we've changed now. Hopefully one of the tests succeeds. The duration is really long. It shouldn't take this long. And also again, the database crashed. So I'm going to start my database locally. It seems like, yeah, database is messing up. So Docker, I'm moving my database to a local database. Unsure what has changed. Yeah, I can't even guess, honestly. A lot of times Neon, you're not able to connect to, especially if you connect via VPN. I did not connect via VPN, so I'm unsure why this is happening. So what I'm going to do is start Postgres locally. 5432, see Postgres. Nope. -p54. There you go. All right. I'm going to start Postgres locally. That means in this .env, I'm going to replace this with Postgres : my super secret password. Oh, oopsie daisy. @ localhost /Postgres. Don't need this. After the database starts locally, I'll migrate it and then we'll go from there. So again, what I'm doing is I'm starting the database locally because I'm not able to connect to Neon. That could be because one of you guys changed the password, or because this Neon is being Neon. That happens from time to time. Especially when I remember when I used to connect it from any hotel, in India or outside, it would give me troubles. When I connect via VPN, then also gave me troubles. So that's my guess right now. It's only 12. That's pretty good. We were hoping to finish the CRUD functionality by 12. That means AI is coming, guys. I think the rest of the endpoints I'll sprint through. Let's look at the endpoints again. Maybe some of you have written it already. But these were the endpoints. Oh God, we've only done 2. Fuck. Yeah. Time to sprint, folks. That's what happens when you write tests. We've been slowed down because we've written tests and the tests are failing right now. The logic is most probably correct. But again, we're taking the conscious decision of writing the test, which is why, we'll be a little slower, but that's fine. It helps when, this project will be maintained by a bunch of people. It's a good idea to have, the benchmark of tests so that everyone is writing tests. Alrighty. Migrating the database, cd db migrate. Oh, sorry, wait. As you can see, everything happened fairly quickly, and that is because now my database is local. Now let me start the backend and run the tests. And as you can see, they fail quickly, so that's good. Sign in endpoint works. Sign up endpoints suddenly began failing. Except expected this to throw, but it didn't throw. Probably because I added the top level catch. So let me. No, that shouldn't be it. I say. Shouldn't change anything. Backend looks to be working fine. This thing after this thing and this thing and should throw an error. What am I missing? User router. Sign in. I log the number, find first or throw. If it throws, then we catch it. Then we send a 411 status code, which should throw. That's fine. Let's debug the sign up. Oh, that's not throwing either. Okay, let's do this. I expected this to throw. It's not throwing. So let me do this. Console.log status is res.status. And if you look at the logs, I get a 200 status code here when I am trying to sign up for the second time for the same user. Oh, that's because that's fine. Index.ts user can send a sign up request more than once. See, tests are good. Yeah, user will send the request more than once. You should not prevent them. After they're verified, you should probably prevent them, but that will make testing really hard because we're not having random phone numbers here. So for now, I can get rid of that first test. That makes 2 of them pass. Now the question is, why is this one passing when I'm passing a username? That doesn't really exist in my database. So env is this. Phone number is getting logged, which means if you look at user.ts, this number is getting logged. Control doesn't come here, which means this throws an error and it should return a status score of 411. Const res equal to this thing, console.log res.status. Let's restart the backend, reload the tests, and now if you look at the status, the thing that gets logged is empty. It does throw. Why is that a problem then? Expected it to throw an error. It is throwing an error. It is an async function. I am awaiting inside. That means it should throw an error. Okay, let's try this. Throw new error. Okay, that's not how you catch an error then, is that? Unhandled rejection. Async function. Post just test catch error status code. All right. I think they will suggest putting it inside a try catch, which is not the approach I wanted. Apply just spy on console. Axios.get. We cannot mock. I mean, we can mock values as well. So this might work as well. Why do they have a log spy? Saying axios.get dot mock result value once with this error. Okay. Await get total price. Yeah, we can't do that. We can't call a function like this that we can mock.
वो तो error throw करेगा ना
Uh-huh.
axios.post तो उस लाइन तक तो कोड ही नहीं पहुंचेगा ना
किस लाइन तक?
this status is ये है तो यहाँ तक तो कोड ही नहीं आएगा ना
If it is throwing, then why is the test not succeeding then?
तो टू थ्रो एरर होता है ना क्या
Fuck, that was it. Thank you, sir.
चला या नहीं चला
चल जाएगा, I think. नहीं चल. This is throwing for sure, but the toe through error is not catching it. Like right. So new error. If I do this,
did you restart your backend no right
oh, that's probably it. No, the backend restarting doesn't matter. Why would this is in the backend code, right? This is the front end code. Sorry, the tests. So I don't have to restart the backend.
oh okay
Yeah. इसमें क्या missing है? This is wrong. Then there's a different way to catch errors in jest or whatever. We test then. Like this should succeed, right? Wait, is this test failing or is this? Yeah.
what is the error message it doesn't mean that the
Error हुई. This might cause for stress.
got one handle error during the runtime. Expect async. Hold on. Fuck. No, I think it's fine. There's
I
nothing.
think, no, like this.
Nah, I don't think that'll do it. This is good enough. I don't think there's anything wrong here. Expect. Okay, let's make it sync. Not that that would. Wait. I made it sync. It fixed it. Hold on.
Do this na IIFE like
What?
like you do in React use effect. Will that work?
I doubt it. This won't work either. This is needed for sure. To throw error with async.
By test, right? You need to write that, I think, specifically.
Await expect. Nope, did not do anything. Dot rejects, dot to throws. Await expect. This thing. Dot rejects. Fucking A. There you go. Cool. Alrighty. That is how you catch a failing error. Sign doesn't work for the user doesn't already exist in the database. If I send this, then the test fails. If I send this, it succeeds. Alrighty, guys. Boy, I don't know how it was working before, but this is how we're catching errors now. I think the approach that we took in the metaverse application was much better, where we hacked the Axios. If you look at the tests for the metaverse application, for all the, I don't remember the repo name, but for all the failing tests, 2D metaverse, we had something like this. Let's go to tests. We had a global variable called Axios that looked something like this, that, basically would do what you see on screen. It would catch any errors and then just return the response in case the error was, the request failed. And that way, our tests look much cleaner. Expect response.status to be 200, or I could do an expect response.status to be 400 or something like that. 400, yeah, there you go. I could do this. Honestly, this looks much cleaner. The test looks very ugly right now with, this. And we'll have to write a bunch of these. So I'm going to just fall back to our approach of, that we used in this thing, in the metaverse application. All right, let me add another file here called axios.ts. No, it shouldn't be any वैसे. इसकी arguments क्या होते हैं? Oh God. Fixing its types is going to be a pain in the butt unless, there's no unless. There's no easy way to fix its types. Is there? URL data. I think args can just be. Get is an async function whose arguments look something like, if you have to fix the types here, which we need to, otherwise we won't get types in the original application. Thinking. There's not much we can do. Honestly, we have to do this only. So post will look something like this thing, URL data and config, which is axios2.config, axios2. This thing, promise r, and this, and async. What are the arguments? URL, data, config. and return res. Oh, now iska return type I'm going to hack a little. Let's do promise of any for now. And what is this here? All right. This way, when I do a import axios from dot slash axios, I can do it'll give me type safety here, axios dot delete. Yeah, that looks decent. ठीक है. Yeah. Honestly, there's no real point of complicating this. The return type is what we really want the type on. वो मैंने नहीं कर दिया because the types here are very different. Where I'm hacking the response object to return whatever it does in the successful case and some weird object in the failure case. So I can actually get इसका type response ही है. That's because there's no easy way to fix the types here for the return type. So this is also fine. But ideally what I've done above is slightly better. This is slightly better than this, but in both the cases we don't really get the types that we need. So इसका भी कोई फायदा नहीं unless we fix the type of this return type. Only then is there any sense of going deep into TypeScript like this. Why have I done all of this? So that I can simply get rid of all this logic and simply say const response equal to this thing. Expect response dot status, and as you can see I don't get any type help here to be 200. Alrighty, one failed. Oh, it's not 200, it's 411. Cool. All right, we can, our test will be a little easier to write now. And with that, we're done with the sign up endpoints or the auth endpoints. We still have to go to profile events and give me a specific event given an ID. So that's what we're going to do next. First write the tests for it, then write the routes for it. समझ आ गया? Simple enough. Let me push the latest code. Git commit -m added auth tests push. क्या क्वेश्चन है?
आपकी RLC की भी आ गई।
हाँ ठीक है, इट्स फाइन. चलो तुम्हें ये तो पता है, बाकी सब लोग भैया गिटहब पासवर्ड मिल गया, गिटहब पासवर्ड मिल गया भैया आपका. ऑलराइट गाइस, समझ आ गया? सिंपल इनफ, नथिंग टू कॉम्प्लिकेटेड. Just look at the code in case it was. We'll take a 5-minute break. Akash wants to ask me a question. Let me answer that and then I'll come back. हाँ बस आ गया, 1 सेकेंड. ऑलराइट, आप गाना सुनो तब तक, हम आ रहे हैं 5 मिनट में and then we'll go from there. Why not use StanStack? We can actually use that. The only downside I could have thought, no, there's no downside actually. We're using React Native, so probably a good idea to it. To use, not just StanStack, the T3 stack. All right, guys, I'll be back in 5 minutes.
ਤੈਨੂੰ ਚੜੀਆਂ ਚੜੀਆਂ ਲੱਗਣਗੀਆਂ ਤੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਸਿਖਰ ਦਾ ਰਾਹ ਚੜਦਾ ਸਾਡੇ ਵਰਗੀ ਨਾ ਯਾਰੀ ਮਹਿੰਗੀ ਪੈਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਤੇਰੇ ਜਿਹੀ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਵਕਦੇ ਰਹਿੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਆਤੋਂ ਕੁੜੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਨੇੜੇ ਨੇੜੇ ਲੱਗਦੀ ਹੈ ਮਿੱਥੋਂ ਦਾ ਮਟੀਰ ਪਰੇ ਪਰੇ ਰਹਿੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਨੀ ਤੂੰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਰੂਟ ਦੱਸ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕਰੇਗੀ ਫਿਰ ਨੀ ਤੂੰ ਕਾਲਜ ਨੂੰ ਆਇਆ ਕਰ ਚੱਕ ਕੇ ਬਾਤ ਤੇ ਨੀ ਤੂੰ ਅੱਜ ਫਿਰ ਆ ਗਈ ਵੀ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਮੈਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲੋਂ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਇਹਦੀ ਪੀਰ ਕੰਨੇ ਯਾਰੀ ਰਿਸਕੀ ਰੱਖੇ ਤੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਯਾਰ ਕੰਨੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਸਤੇ ਨੀ ਤੂੰ ਅੱਜ ਫਿਰ ਆ ਗਈ ਵੀ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਮੈਂ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਫੇਲ ਹੋ ਜਣੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਬੱਤੇ ਗੋਰੀਏ ਹੱਟੀ ਹਟਾਈ ਨਾ ਤੂੰ ਹਟੇ ਗੋਰੀਏ ਕਰਨਾ ਸਵਾਲ ਸਾਡੀ ਸਾਸਰੀ ਅੱਗਾ ਵੀ ਹੈਲੋ ਨੂੰ ਮਾਤੋਂ ਮੇਰੀ ਫੱਟੇ ਗੋਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਤੂੰ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਕੰਨਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਸੁਪਨੇ ਤੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਜੇ ਆਲਿਆ ਮੈਂ ਹੱਸ ਕੇ ਨੀ ਤੂੰ ਅੱਜ ਫਿਰ ਆ ਗਈ ਵੀ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਮੈਂ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਤੂੰ ਤੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਿਤੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗੇੜਾ ਦੇ ਦੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਤੇ ਦੁਨੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਕੋਠੀਆਂ ਲੱਗ ਨੀ ਤੂੰ ਅੱਜ ਫਿਰ ਆ ਗਈ ਵੀ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਮੈਂ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਮੱਤ ਮਿਲਦੀ ਨਾ ਕਿਤੇ ਹੱਥ ਮਿਲਦੇ ਤੜਕੇ ਗਿਰਦੇ ਪੂਰੀ ਸੱਤ ਮਿਲਦੀ ਜੱਟ ਕਲਾ ਲੈਗਾ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਬਾਦਸ਼ਾਹ ਕੁੜੀ ਦੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੋਲਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਟੋਲਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਛੱਟ ਮਿਲਦੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਸੁਣੀਏ ਪਿਆਰ ਤੋਂ ਰਹੀਦਾ ਤੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਮੈਂ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਚੱਕਣਾ ਚਾਹੇ ਨੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਲਾ ਨੀ ਤੂੰ ਅੱਜ ਫਿਰ ਆ ਗਈ ਵੀ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਮੈਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲੋਂ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਿਤੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗੇੜਾ ਦੇ ਦੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਤੇ ਕੁੰਡੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਕੋਠੀਆਂ ਨਾਲ ਨੀ ਤੂੰ ਅੱਜ ਫਿਰ ਆ ਗਈ ਵੀ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਮੈਂ ਬਚ ਕੇ It don't get no easier, but I swear that it's enough. I'm never gonna let you go. Feel the way we just taking it slow. I can wait. Like, don't you ever go? I'm more than I know. When I'm with you, boy.
All right, guys, we back. How is everyone doing? हाँ चलो जी, अब थोड़ा तेज़ बढ़ाएंगे, स्पीड करेंगे एंड देन वील गो फ्रॉम देयर. ठीक है, स्पीड एकदम बढ़ा देनी है. अब जल्दी से इवेंट्स सारे एंड पॉइंट्स खत्म करेंगे और जल्दी से दूसरे पार्ट में मूव करेंगे, द गुड वन. तो आई विल राइट द टेस्ट्स फॉर द इवेंट्स एंड एवरीथिंग व्हिच इज everything that you see over here, profile events, and then the admin routes. Oh god, lot of things to do. तो मैं थोड़ा स्प्रिंट मार रहा हूँ, ठीक है. एंड पीछे गाने चलते रहेंगे मस्त. आप लोग भी देखो, कोड करो. आई वुड अज्यूम इतना बन गया तो बाकी बनाने इतना मुश्किल नहीं है. द डिफिकल्ट बिट्स वर राइटिंग द स्कीमा जो हो गया है, राइटिंग अ फ्यू एंड पॉइंट्स जो हो गया, राइटिंग अ फ्यू टेस्ट जो हो गया. अब एवरीथिंग इज बिल्डिंग ऑन टॉप. आई वुड सजेस्ट कि मतलब जो अभी करंट पॉइंट है कोड बेस का, वहाँ से यू कैन पिक थिंग्स अप एंड राइट थिंग्स योरसेल्फ. तो मैं स्प्रिंट मारता हूँ जल्दी से. मैं शायद एआई भी ऑन कर लूँगा अभी, ताकि जल्द हो जाए सब. एंड देन विल मूव ऑन टू द डिफिकल्ट बिट व्हिच वाज द आर्किटेक्चर दैट वी डिस्कस्ड फॉर द क्यू. वो काफ़ी इंटरेस्टिंग हुआ. ठीक है, तो जल्दी खत्म करते हैं. मैं पोल कर लेता हूँ, बट वैसे आई वुड होप कर दो भाई. एक्सपो ऐप बनानी पैरेलल शुरू. चैतन्य भाई नौकरी कर लो पहले. अभी नौकरी इज ऑल्सो इम्पॉर्टेंट, राइट? शुड आई स्प्रिंट थ्रू द रेस्ट ऑफ द क्रड, येस और नो? इफ द आंसर इज येस, आई स्प्रिंट थ्रू इट. नहीं तो फिर मैं वही स्लोली चलूंगा, बट उसमें पूरी रात निकल जाएगी मुझे लग रहा है क्रड बनाने में. तो शुड आई स्प्रिंट थ्रू द रेस्ट ऑफ द क्रड गाइज, येस और नो? Alrighty, great. So let me try to finish it as quickly as possible and then we'll go from there. ठीक है, चलो आ लेना थोड़ी और votes. But अभी तक तो I think clear winner is I will sprint through the rest of the crud, and then we'll go from there. ठीक है जी, I think this poll is good enough. So as I said, urge you guys to code yourself also. ठीक है, cool. Let's go. AI ऑन कर ही लेते हैं थोड़ी स्पीड बढ़ाने के लिए. Oh. Wow. Can create an event. API one events create, name, description. Yes. Locations table में डालना पड़ेगा भाई. We will have a bunch of cities that users can select from. God. Event can have one location वैसे तो, and a location to many events. So और की बेली मेरे करके.
देखो
Interface express like that, right? Declare global, then interface express.
Yes, you're right. Global.
ਸੋਹਣਾ ਨਖਰੋ ਬਸ ਦੇਖੀ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਜਵਾਨ ਨਖਰੋ ਨੀਆਂ ਚਿਆਰਾਂ ਬੜੇ ਕੱਟੇ ਕੱਟਿਆ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸੁੱਚੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਮੈਂ ਕੱਲਾ ਕੋਣਾ ਨਖਰੋ ਅੰਤੀਆਂ ਕੋਰੀਆਂ ਤੇ ਜਲਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਚੋਰੀਆਂ ਕਾਲੀਆਂ ਨਾ ਕਰਨੀਆਂ ਹਿੱਕਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੋਰੀਆਂ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਕੋਣੇ ਗਾਲ ਮਾਰ ਮੰਨਣੀ ਇਦਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਣੇ ਬਣੇ ਇਦਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਣੇ ਬਣੇ ਪਿਆਰ ਮੰਨਣੀ ਇਦਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਣੇ ਬਣੇ ਪਿਆਰ ਮੰਨਣੀ ਇਦਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਣੇ ਬਣੇ ਪਿਆਰ ਮੰਨਣੀ ਇਦਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਣੇ ਬਣੇ ਨਖਰੇ ਨਾ ਵੀ ਕੁੜੀ ਸ਼ਾਹੀ ਲੱਗਦੀ ਯਾਰ ਤੇਰਾ ਸਿੱਖ ਤੂੰ ਦਵਾਈ ਲੱਗਦੀ ਮਾਇਆ ਹੋਰ ਦੁਸ਼ਮਣ ਦਵਾਈ ਲੱਗਦੀ ਸੈਂਕੜੇ ਤੋਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਟ੍ਰਿਪ
New kitchen location. ID name description banner.
मीठी लगे मुझे तेरी बतियां याद में जब वो तेरी सारी रतियां ओ सजना सजना ओ सजना सजना उड़ी कोने राहों के बहानों बैठे बनेरे जो कानों झूठी न खाओ मैं सौ तेरी दिल मुझे मुझे पला जी को चंगा न लगे मेनू जवान सच्ची तेरे बिना खाने सा हंसते नी मिलकी कर ओ चंगा न लगे मेनू जवान सच्ची तेरे बिना खाने सा हंसते नी मैं की करूं लगे मुझे तेरी बतियां याद में जब वो तेरी सारी रतियां ओ सजना सजना ओ सजना सजना तेरी तो तेरी तरह से रतियां लगी लगी बनी दिल लगियां ओ सजना सजना ओ सजना सजना क्या खुदा खुदा मैंने लिया तेरा नाम हजारों वाली दिल मेरा हुआ तेरा तू नशा नशा की मैं जान तेरे तो वाली मेरी खुद से बड़ी दूरी बस तेरी है की हजूरी जमाना क्या ही समझेगा दिल का आना क्यों जरूरी तेरी तेरियां डाली ये सब फकटानी घाटना हटानी कि सारे जानी तेरी तेरियां डाली दिल जुल्फा कटानी कि बस मर जानी ते हाथ ना छुड़ा तेरी रहना इश्क दे तेरे तो रानी कहना क्या कहना किसी तेरा तेरा देख ले रानी तेरी रहना इश्क दे तेरे तो रानी तेरी हंसियां ते लिखी मेरी अख नी ते नखरे तेरे हाँ कोई शक नी मैं सुनिया तो आशिकां दे दिल तोड़नी जरा कातिल ने होया मैनू तेरे नाल प्यार किसे किसे नूं नहीं जचदी हार ते शिकार पर तेरे नाल जचदी बहार 𝗟𝗏𝗻𝗀𝗀𝗀 और सभी हवा के फैलाके गुलाबी और भाई तेरा आतिफ है कर देंगे पानी और एक्स उसका माचिस से फंसना है मुझे अगर तू करे साजिश है वो बोलती दवाई तुझे स्लो पीना पसंद है कौन वाटर और वाइन तेरे पीछे जो खड़े वो से ब्लॉक करे शाइन दुनिया शर्माती when you stop when you smile इतना भी होया कि मैं ठोकना सच्ची नहीं तेरे बिना औखा लगे समा दस तेरी मैं की करा चंगा ना लगे मैनू जहां सच्ची नहीं तेरे बिना औखा लगे समा दस तेरी मैं की करा लगे मुझे तेरी बतियां याद में जब वो तेरी सारी रतियां ओ सजना 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 ओ सजना सजना तेरी तो तेरी तरह से रतियां लगी लगी बनी दिल लगियां ओ सजना सजना ओ सजना सजना तेरी बिना मेरा नहीं दसदी सच जानी नहीं तू सां विच बसदी हत्थां विच तेरे जो रेशमी रुमाल बाकी मुझे पे छोड़ तू बस हंसते रह छोड़ी तो मेलोडी हाँ तो बसते रह ये पर्सनल है छोड़े नहीं बचते रह मराठी अंग्रेजी और बोलती वो स्पष्ट रह लेके चलो कब सोनिए अली कमर बेबी मैं तेरा लवर बेबी मुझसे बचा ले तुझे रब सोनिए लिया के तेरे पिक शेड मर जाओ ये की सारी अनफिट मर जाओ फिकर कमाल कर पापा मेरे दिल पे कुमार की रेड मर जाओ नहीं करते baby if I'm wrong baby नहीं करते you see you feel like a honey तो गले निकल जाते उस गली को हम भी नहीं करते ना दिल भी तू जुबान पे ना जा मेरा लाइफस्टाइल देख मेरे काम पे ना जा जा बैड बॉय शान रानी बना के रखे ना तुझे बेबी मेरे नाम पे ना जा अरे यो रानी किसी को रानी हाथ ना हटानी कि दसार जानी अरे यो रानी दिल फक रानी कि दसार जानी ते हाथ ना छुड़ानी शर्मोनी कुड़ी तेरी नजरों च आनी कुड़ी तेरे पंगे तेरे ऐसी होनी इना को तो तड़पोनी कुड़ी तेरे ही बारे सोने ही तोरे निकलते ने गल्ला हजूर तेरी जीवने दे नाल तू चले नी ले दूंगा यूके दा तू you wanna fight with the man America's first class boy नहीं नहीं ये बताइए मैं please if you put the ball with that beef touchdowns in the fashion revenue baby like G-Rap brand new उसे पता मेरे सवाल करके के जग नु सलाहाली अल्लेरी तेरी आया दावानी दिल फकटानी के हाथ ना छुड़ानी कि दसा मर जावानी दिल दी तुझ मैनू गल्लां सुना वो सच्ची नी तेरे बिना खालंगे समा दस तेरी मैं की करा ना कहना नी सी तेरा मुखड़ा देख लेना नी तेरी है इश्क दे तेरे दिल को लेना नी लगे मुझे तेरी बतिया याद में जब तेरी सारी रतिया ओ सजना सजना ओ सजना सजना तेरी दुख तेरी तरह से रतिया लगी लगी बनी दिल लगिया ओ सजना सजना ओ सजना सजना लोरा ने मोरा ते चोरा नू पूछी भी थोड़े ते होरा नू ये जो हशर तेरा असर है कोशिश मेरी कसर है मेरे मुके रब सुनदा है तेरी मां तेरी पैड़े उत्ते पौधा कड़ियां जड़ी चल तेनू वेखनी तेरे करके ही शामां टड़ियां दिल क्या करे जब किसी से किसी को प्यार हो जाए जाने कहा कब किसी को किसी से प्यार हो जाए
अटक गया नेट अटक गया क्या गाइस कैंसिल इंटरनेट नहीं चल रहा क्या इंटरनेट नहीं चल रहा क्या
कहाँ पे
इंटरनेट इंटरनेट
चल रहा है चल रहा है
चल रहा है चल रहा है
सुपर अभी तक ये कॉल नहीं कर मेरा भी क्लास में वो पूरा चला ही रहता
अच्छा
हाँ। सबसे बेस्ट वही है खुद का हॉटस्पॉट
मेरा टक तो रहा है इट्स नॉट एज फास्ट एज आई वाज होप
too
स्लो राइट कौन से कनेक्टेड हो
सुपर 32 पे तो सुपर 30 पे है ना वो बहुत स्लो है 100 स्टेप्स 1 तो बेकार ही है
मैं 100x1 से कनेक्टेड हूँ तो
100 स्टेप्स तो नहीं चल रहा पूरा
किस पे करूँगा सुपर 32
वो भी नहीं चल रहा वैसे आपको वो चाहिए हॉटस्पॉट
नहीं वो तो मैं अपना कर लेता हूँ हॉटस्पॉट ऑलराइटी चल रहा है मतलब मेरा चल रहा है थोड़ा अटक अटक के चल रहा है स्ट्रीम अगर सही चल रही है तो आई थिंक यू आर फाइन
टूल विद 5G
वेरी नाइस देना जरा हॉटस्पॉट भाई अपना ही देना फिर इतना अच्छा हॉटस्पॉट देना अपना सरगम्स आईफोन
सरगम्स आईफोन 2 से 9 तक 1 से 2 से 9 तक
2 से 9 तक
ਸਾਡੇ ਪੱਕਾ ਟੈਗ ਨੀ ਛੱਡ ਨੱਟੀ ਤੇ ਤੋਰੇ ਤੇਰੇ ਤੂੰ ਸਵੈਗੀ ਛੋਟੇ ਖੇਤੀ ਮਾਰੀ ਆਲਾ ਸਾਡੇ ਪੱਕਾ ਟੈਗ ਨੀ ਤੇਰਾ ਪੱਕੇ ਮੋੜ ਵੱਟਾ ਉੱਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਨੱਚਦਾ ਪੱਕੇ ਜੱਟਾਂ ਦੇ ਤਾਂ ਚੜ ਲੈਣ ਦੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਆਖਿਆ ਕਰੇਗੀ ਅੱਖ ਨਾਲ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਨਾ ਸਾਡਾ ਕਿਤੇ ਲਾਇਆ ਜਾਗਨੀ ਪੀਜ਼ੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਤਲ ਕੇ ਸ਼ਕੀਰੀ ਸਾਗਨੀ ਨਾ ਸਾਡਾ ਕਿਤੇ ਲਾਇਆ ਜਾਗਨੀ ਪੀਜ਼ੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਤਲ ਕੇ ਸ਼ਕੀਰੀ ਸਾਗਨੀ ਚਾਹ ਕੁੜਤੀ ਦਾ ਵੈਰ ਜਦੋਂ ਪੈ ਗਿਆ ਕੋਕ ਕੀ ਕਰ ਲੈਣਗੇ
super admin so location should be get it by super admin so
निकल रहा निकल
नहीं चला सकता कर लेने दे ਸਾਡੇ ਵਾਲਾ ਆਖਿਆ ਕਰੇਂਗੀ ਅੱਖ ਲੜ ਲੈਣ ਦੇ गाने में था
ਸਾਡੇ ਵਾਲਾ ਆਖਿਆ ਕਰੇਗੀ ਅੱਖ ਲੜ ਲੈਣ ਦੇ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਚਾਚਾ ਸੀ ਕਿਤੇ ਯਾਰਾਂ ਵਾਲੀ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਦਾ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਖਾਬ ਸਜਾਇਆ ਮੈਂ ਸੀ ਮੇਰੀ ਰਾਣੀ ਦਾ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਚਾਚਾ ਸੀ ਕਿਤੇ ਯਾਰਾਂ ਵਾਲੀ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਦਾ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਖਾਬ ਸਜਾਇਆ ਮੈਂ ਸੀ ਮੇਰੀ ਰਾਣੀ ਦਾ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਹੱਸੇ ਖੇਡੇ ਕਦੇ ਕਦੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਲੜਦੇ ਸੀ ਮੈਂ ਫਿਰ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਉਹੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ ਜੀਣੀ ਹੈ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਨ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਹੋਸਟਲ ਵਾਲਾ ਕਮਰਾ ਦੇ ਦਿਓ ਜੀ ਐਰਾ ਯਾਰਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਉੱਥੇ ਦਾਰੂ ਪੀਣੀ ਹੈ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਨ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਹੋਸਟਲ ਵਾਲਾ ਕਮਰਾ ਦੇ ਦਿਓ ਜੀ ਐਰਾ ਯਾਰਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਉੱਥੇ ਦਾਰੂ ਪੀਣੀ ਹੈ ਦਾਰੂ ਪੀਣੀ ਹੈ ਦਾਰੂ ਪੀਣੀ ਹੈ ਦਾਰੂ ਪੀਣੀ ਹੈ ਹੋਸਟਲ ਵਾਲੀ ਛੱਤ ਤੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਆਲੀ ਆ ਗਈ ਕਹਿ ਕੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਯਾਰ ਬੁਲਾਉਣ ਕੁੜੇ ਤੂੰ ਹੋਸਟਲ ਵਾਲੀ ਛੱਤ ਤੇ ਆਵੇ ਬਾਹਰ ਸਜਾਉਣ ਕੁੜੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਆਲੀ ਆ ਗਈ ਕਹਿ ਕੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਯਾਰ ਬੁਲਾਉਣ ਕੁੜੇ ਛੱਡ ਕੇ ਆ ਜਾ ਸਿਗਨੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੇਰਾ ਕੀ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਮੈਂ ਤੇਰਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੱਥ ਫੜ ਕੇ ਤੇਰੀ ਬੀਨੀ ਦਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਨ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਹੋਸਟਲ ਵਾਲਾ ਕਮਰਾ ਦੇ ਦਿਓ ਜੀ ਮੇਰਾ ਯਾਰਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਉੱਥੇ ਦਾਰੂ ਪੀਣੀ ਹੈ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਨ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਹੋਸਟਲ ਵਾਲਾ ਕਮਰਾ ਦੇ ਦਿਓ ਜੀ ਮੇਰਾ ਯਾਰਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਉੱਥੇ ਦਾਰੂ ਪੀਣੀ ਹੈ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਨ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਬੜਾ ਚੇਤੇ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਕਮਰਾ 𝗟𝗶𝗸𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 ਸੀ ਬੜਾ ਬੇਫਿਕਰਾ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਯਾਰ ਪਰਾਰ ਦੇ ਵਰਗਾ ਸੀ ਬੜਾ ਚੇਤੇ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਕਮਰਾ 𝗟𝗶𝗸𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 ਸੀ ਬੜਾ ਬੇਫਿਕਰਾ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਯਾਰ ਪਰਾਰ ਦੇ ਵਰਗਾ ਸੀ ਫੜ ਲਓ ਪੇਟੀ ਪੂਰੀ ਅੱਜ ਬੋਤਲ ਨਾਲ ਸਜਾ ਲਈ ਮੈਂ ਪਾਪੀ ਦਿਲ ਦੀ ਚਾਦਰ ਯਾਰੋ ਸੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਨ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਹੋਸਟਲ ਵਾਲਾ ਕਮਰਾ ਦੇ ਦਿਓ ਜੀ ਯਾਰਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਉੱਥੇ ਦਾਰੂ ਪੀਣੀ ਹੈ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਨ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਨ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਹੋਸਟਲ ਵਾਲਾ ਕਮਰਾ ਦੇ ਦਿਓ ਜੀ ਮੇਰਾ ਯਾਰਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਉੱਥੇ ਦਾਰੂ ਪੀਣੀ ਹੈ 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 ਮੇਰਾ ਯਾਰਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਉੱਥੇ ਦਾਰੂ ਪੀਣੀ ਹੈ ਦਾਰੂ ਪੀਣੀ ਹੈ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਨ ਦੇ ਲਈ
ले लो मेरा हो गया चार्जर चाहिए ਚੱਕ ਤੁਰ ਗਈ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸਖਾਈ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ।
Yo, break it down. Let's get live now. Break it down now. We're focused on the beach. The sun used to fuck with mine looking live. It's the age. It's the age to increase. It's like leave myself in the boundaries. It's the age. It's the age to increase. It's like leave myself in the boundaries. I'm just live. People stuck out. I'm broke out. I'm dance floor. Let's do it. Let's dance. Let's break. Let's give it. Can rock me like a dog.
Super Raven is too good, right?
Super, yeah. Very nice. Almost 2x कर देता है speed. Easy. Code repetition. Code repetition is very finicky sometimes.
ये क्या है भाई?
of previous. And then this is the actual seat. Okay, right. QR here. It's fine. So the thing is, it will be many to many. One can have multiple seat types. So, capacity. Oh भाई वो भी डालना भाई. Name, description, price, capacity. This looks good. Now I can go to event.ts. Then we do. Types. Good. People could be updating seats. Probably be mutable, honestly. Right, how's everyone doing? Small break, 5 minutes, then we start. Sargam Pondal, isn't it for legacy code base require is safer for better compatibility? No, you can always compile down to,
No, I'm writing the same. See, I wrote.
TypeScript automatically compiles to require. Yeah, exactly. I am stuck in actual services. Isn't using this?
One thing I have understood from this tree, people will ask how to be not stuck in code. next is what theme are you using? What is your tech stack for this project? And the last thing is why are you not using this? 4 questions everywhere.
Okay, let's answer the simplest ones. I think the theme, I keep forgetting the name. What is this one?
Pro.
One Dark Pro, that's the theme. Vim, no reason. Should we start using Vim from the next stream? Akash is really good at it. If you've seen Akash's workflow, he's been using Vim for a while, or NeoVim for a while. What's your NeoVim setup right now? You sent me the config. I think I have the same thing. You sent it to me a while back. Let's see.
Bro,
Yeah.
add it here only. It's good.
Sorry.
Vim for VS Code is good.
Vim for VS Code is a good start, वैसे. But do you want to make a video on your NeoVim setup?
I can.
Yeah, let's do that. We'll put a video by Akash on his NeoVim setup. It's pretty good. I've seen him code. That's even Sujit has completely moved to NeoVim. Sargam? No. Vim inside VS Code.
I use Cursor nowadays.
Cursor.
I don't even write code now.
Nice.
Sujit ka to, मतलब out of the box lazy Vim. He hasn't like customized it much.
Acha. Lazy Vim, got makes sense. And you?
मैंने lazy Vim but काफी सारे customization.
And you?
Lazy Vim actually उसके लिए ना, मतलब plugins को lazy Vim
करने के लिए, correct.
So that startup is good.
Yes. All right.
Cursor.
मैंने आप
Cursor is too good.
I haven't tried Cursor. I should try it.
It's like you will not like whatever you did like till the user management, right?
Huh.
Everything Cursor will do it in one go.
In one go.
I'm 100%.
So better than SuperMaven.
Yeah, because not because of the autocomplete.
Huh.
Or for autocomplete, SuperMaven is best, but Cursor acquired SuperMaven.
Yeah, I know. So what exactly does Cursor give you?
Cursor, it uses Cloud Sonnet, the latest one, and you will get something called as agent. Agent in the interactive mode.
Got it. Start to code.
Like your intern.
Got it.
So you have to give the task to agent.
Got it.
Agent will finish that by reading the entire code base.
Got it.
Like for example, you want to add sign in, right?
Huh.
So you have to specify actually.
Huh.
So you need to specify what are the docs that you want to use.
Right.
After that, what are the you need to like the prompt should be good.
Right.
And then it will give you like a diff, right?
Got it. Just
If
accept the
it is
diff.
having that.
Yeah.
And if it's good, you can accept it. And if you want like amendments, right? Just ask it, it will do it. So,
Makes
but
sense.
it's like the main problem with like Copilot SuperMaven is that you cannot do cross file thinking, right?
Right.
I mean, it does, but like it will not do it good.
Really? Even in cursor, sorry, yeah, in cursor.
Super memory, like it will take you to the next file.
Yeah, because super is very
But in
slow.
cursor, like you are working with like the whole project as like a as like a code base.
Right.
It like even indexes the code base in that thing.
Yeah.
RAG. So it's like a RAG as well.
Got it. Makes sense. Sorry if you guys can't hear Sargam. He was basically praising cursor a lot.
It's too good.
It's too good. It's too good. It's what he's saying. And Tanay, sorry, feel free to join whenever. Just come on campus and please. क्या?
कंपोजर भी है तो वो अपने आप से कंपोज कर देता है प्रॉम्प्ट्स जो भी नेसेसरी होते हैं उस फॉर एग्जांपल इफ देयर इज एन एरर राइट
That's very cool.
तो मतलब बट लाइक आई वोंट हैव टू गिव इट ऑल द कॉन्टेक्स्ट वो अपने आप से कॉन्टेक्स्ट
निकालेगा और कर रहेगा.
प्रॉब्लम है कैसे सॉल्यूशन चाहिए
For TypeScript project, right?
Yeah,
First it will see the ES link. Then if there are any lint errors, it will fix it first.
Yeah.
Then after that type error.
Yep.
So मतलब almost सभी चीज like they have a nice UX.
Got it. Makes sense. Yeah. I should try it. I should do the like a video on using cursor for the first time. Oh really? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll try. I have it downloaded. I have never used it though. Cool. All right. We will proceed, guys. I've written a lot of code, not written any tests. Haven't tested the code either. जो भी मेरे दिमाग में आया, मैंने जल्दी से लिख दिया. I still have to do the seat logic a little bit. That means एक event में कौन सी seats हैं, VIP, fan pit, so on and so forth. After that is done, then there is the main buying logic, right, that we have to write. So let me quickly finish that, then write the tests, then we'll do it. Then we'll move on to the main logic. I think 3 तो बज जाएगा. So until 3 a.m. we're probably doing just the CRUD bit and the tests. Probably might take a little bit more, but I'll time box to 3. 3 तक मैं जितने tests लिख पाए, I'll just go ahead with those tests, and then we'll move on to the the fancy logic of actually purchasing. So उसके लिए we'll have to look at Razorpay APIs, which might be another pain, but ठीक है, we'll get there when we get there. All right. Any questions other than that? Same questions वही भाई. ठीक है. Cool guys, I'll be back in a minute and then we will move on to, I mean, I don't know how much of this you can understand, but let me commit everything and push.
Location that TS is yet to save our I might be wrong.
Sorry.
एक बार वो VS Code में देखना कुछ सर बाकी है.
Oh yeah, you're right. It's empty though. Minus
Location that TS.
seats. Yeah, it's empty.
No, okay.
All right, I'll add the seats logic इसके बाद, I'll add the tests then, and then I will move on to वो जो हमने extra bits discuss किए थे worker वाले. All righty, cool guys, small break. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. गाना कौन सा लगाएं? ये सुनो बहुत अच्छा है. Back in 5 minutes guys. अरे भाई स्ट्रीम रुक गई क्या? मुझे वो आ गया। देखना पक्का चल रही है।
हाँ मैं देख रहा हूँ।
टेम्पररी ब्लॉक्ड कह रहा है वो।
अच्छा स्ट्रीम अनअवेलेबल।
जो गाने चला दिए मैंने। सॉरी
अभी ब्लॉक हुआ।
आई एम बैक गाइस, नॉर्मल हो गया है। सॉरी यूट्यूब, गाने चला दिए थे। मैं कम वॉल्यूम पे गाने चलाता हूँ थोड़े। हेलो हेलो हेलो, मैं बीच में बोलता रहूँ।
कैसे डिटेक्ट होता है?
हो जाता है। मैं सिर्फ गाना ही आई वाज जस्ट मतलब उनका खुद का बना रखा हुआ। बट बेसिकली यस, चलो वापस कब आएगी? इफ़ यू प्लान टू
अभी तो चल रहा था।
अभी मेरे को जस्ट ईमेल आया कि उन्होंने बंद कर दिया। आई थिंक चल जाएगा वापस। अब तो बंद कर दी मैंने। यूट्यूब गॉड्स, वापस प्लीज़ वापस। नहीं तो आई क्रिएट अनदर स्ट्रीम। एनीवेज वी शुड क्रिएट अनदर स्ट्रीम। आई थिंक इफ़ यू स्ट्रीम फॉर मोर देन 6 आवर्स वो नहीं होती है। क्या कहते हैं यू नो हाँ, वो रिकॉर्ड सेव नहीं होती है, फिर वो चली जाती है बेसिकली।
हाँ वैसे वो चला ही रहा है। प्रीवियसली भी मतलब आगे नहीं जा सकते थे ऐसा लगता है।
I can restart another stream. That's fine.
महीने में एक तो होना ही चाहिए यार, मतलब एक स्ट्रीम।
हाँ, अरे बहन चो, पॉलिसी वायलेशन क्या होता है? Creating a new one. Let's see. YouTube gods. I can anyways इसको बंद कर देते हैं। 6 घंटे के बाद आई थिंक ये वो नहीं होती है, लाइव में भी नहीं जाती। नहीं 6 घंटे, आई थिंक 12 घंटे होता है वो। बट लेट मी जस्ट क्रिएट अ न्यू वन एनीवेज।
मैं ये कॉन्टेक्स्ट वगैरह यूज कर रहा हूँ आजकल ना काफी।
हाँ।
इससे पहले मैंने इतना हेवीली कोई स्टेट मैनेजमेंट यूज नहीं किया। सो आई थिंक इट्स जस्ट अ वे टू क्रिएट क्लासेस फॉर रिएक्ट कंपोनेंट्स।
What is context?
कॉन्टेक्स्ट वगैरह